Hello, lovely souls. Welcome to the Conversation with MJ, where we are going to embark on a journey of connection, growth, discovery together. I'm your host, MJ, and I'm thrilled to have you join me on this exhilarating ride through realms of inspiration, wisdom, and insight. So, we're going to deep dive into the heart of what it means to live a fulfilling life, to pursue our passions, and to unlock our greatest potential. Each episode is a celebration of human connection and a testament to the power of authenticity and a reminder that we are all on this journey together. So get ready to be inspired, get ready to be empowered, and get ready to ignite your inner fire because here at Conversations with MJ, the adventure never ends. So join us with every moment an opportunity to shine. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, please leave a comment, and the show will be starting shortly. See you soon. Hello, hello, hello. Happy Friday, everyone. I hope everybody's having a good Friday. I hope you had a good day at work if you did have work today. And I hope you have a good evening. So, this is a topic that I'm starting today that I'm highly, highly interested in. Let me go ahead and move this down. Hello. So, um, I have a topic that I wanted to discuss. And if you see the title is talking about a deep dive in ADHD in women. And also, we'll talk about the undiagnosis of women who might have ADHD and they haven't. Oh, hey, Ariel. How you doing, sis? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, so I wanted to talk about that. So let's get into it first. Oh, okay. All right, let me pull up my screen so you guys can see it. So the first thing we're going to start with is I think people need to see a video first, okay? So hopefully they don't strike me. Hopefully they don't strike me, but we know how to get down. All right, and let's see. I'm gonna make this like this. So this was done earlier this year. They was talking about the rise in ADHD in women. And it was also talking about the symptoms and the signs. So let's go over it. It's a very short video. Like I said, this is for educational purposes. Don't strike me.
And the rise of ADHD diagnosis in women. Diane Macedo is here with what's behind it and how women are finding help. And Diane, we know this was personal for you.
Yeah, Michael, I've always struggled with things like tidiness, misplacing things, forgetting things, but it took on a new level once I became a mom. I felt like I was drowning. Now I know why, and more importantly, that I'm not alone.
I always felt a sense of not being good enough.
For decades, Jessica Covington thought she was lazy and unmotivated until she got a life-changing diagnosis.
It explained so much.
She's part of a growing trend of women being diagnosed with ADHD, or attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. You say brains are different for people with ADHD. What do those differences cause?
Persistent struggles with things like time management, things like planning, things like organization.
A recent study shows diagnoses for women 23 to 49 years old nearly doubled from 2020 to 2022. That rise attributed in part to a shift in understanding how ADHD affects girls and women.
Girls present with inattention. They may not be jumping up and down, but they'll be twirling their hair, clicking the pencil, and they get overlooked.
Now, as moms, many are unexpectedly getting diagnosed after learning about their children's ADHD.
I started to realize how familiar it all sounded.
Others are being tipped off by social media.
I started seeing videos about women, particularly, who are struggling to keep their houses clean, or they start one task and then they do another.
Parenting influencer Libby Ward says those videos made her realize she might have ADHD and eventually get diagnosed. The same thing happened to me. As a best-selling author and successful news anchor, ADHD wasn't even on my radar until social media videos like Libby's led me to get evaluated by a licensed psychologist.
Is there anything in particular that feels tricky?
To my surprise, 4 minutes into the intake, I was in tears.
I think all my coping mechanisms worked really well for me until I became a mom. And now I have 2 kids and I love them dearly. I just find it really hard sometimes to manage all of that and the expectations that I put on myself.
But people with ADHD often excel in areas like creativity and problem solving, potentially making you seem lazy when you struggle elsewhere.
I would write lists and not be able to find the list, or I would make a system, I would forget the system.
When these girls grow up, they spend so much mental energy trying to compensate that they become depressed and they become anxious.
Now, 10 years later, Jessica coaches others with ADHD, while Libby shares about it with her nearly 2 million social media followers.
I have been stopped on the street countless times by women who have said, I never would have gone to my doctor if you hadn't shared your story.
I'm one of them.
It gives me goosebumps.
There's so much power in knowing what ADHD is and how it's impacting you, because then you can actually set up your life to be successful living with ADHD.
And that diagnosis has already allowed me to troubleshoot so many things that were so hard for me, and I am just getting started. So join me on ABC News Live as we kick off our new series, Inside ADHD. We'll have expert interviews and a first-hand look at my challenges and triumphs navigating ADHD. That starts tomorrow night, streaming on ABC News Live. Life-changing.
Yeah, did it surprise you?
It did, because I always imagined that someone
Thank you, Brownsville. Thank you, Ariel. Appreciate it. All right. So what I was saying is that as you see that there's a rise in ADHD or women being diagnosed with ADHD after having a child or within their 30s and 40s, there's been an increase now. And they said it's been increasing from 2020 to 2022. What I have found out by doing some of the research is that a lot of women, especially girls, are not being diagnosed, right? And the reason why they're not being diagnosed, because if we look at all the stats and stuff that they have about ADHD, they say that young boys pretty much show signs earlier of ADHD versus young girls. So young girls are not being diagnosed with ADHD at a young age and getting the treatment that they need. However, we start to see the symptoms of young girls transferring into womanhood that is now suffering with ADHD. And I think that this is something that we need to be looking into, right? Because there might be a woman or a sister, a mom, or anything where you probably had thought that, why did this person act this way? Why do they seem like they're filled with anxiety? Why are they highly depressed? Why they're not able to function properly anymore. One year they was on it, they had a schedule, they were organized and everything like that, and the next year they're out of it. Well, this could be one of the reasons why. We know that there's other things in life that can happen to take a woman off her game, but this is something that is never being spoken about, never at all. Hey, Nightish, thank you for coming, sir. Appreciate you. So I want to show an article that literally intrigued me when I saw it. And it is called The Misdiagnosis, right? And it is from, so y'all know where I get my sources from, the National Library of Medicine, National Center of Biotechnology and Information, okay? And this is the most up-to-date one that they had. This was published in 2023. It says The Misdiagnosis of Systematic Review of ADHD in Adult Women. So pretty much, let's just give a background of it. So ADHD is an attention deficient hyperactivity disorder, was once thought to be a male-only disorder, leaving women and girls to suffer in silence. So this was published by Newsbond in 2012. It says, in childhood, the ratio of boys to girls with ADHD is about 3-to-1. Whereas in adulthood, it is closer to 1-to-1, suggesting that women and girls are underdiagnosed in childhood. ADHD is one of the most common psychiatric disorders in childhood and can result into cognitive difficulties and functional impairments. So that's from the American Psychiatric Association, APA. Without a diagnosis, women with ADHD often report spending their lives feeling different, stupid, or lazy, and blaming themselves for their underachievement. Consequently, receiving a diagnosis of ADHD can be instrumental for a woman's self-esteem and identity. Many women experience diagnosis as a light bulb moment, given an external explanation for their struggles and allowing them to accept themselves more fully. They said that the earlier that you detect ADHD, you can get treatment and it can dramatically change the outcome for children that continues into adulthood. And the problem is too, is that when you're, let's say you're a young girl and they don't diagnose you with ADHD, or they don't think that the little things that you do when you're a young girl, fidgeting, like they was talking about, playing with your hair or whatever, not, they don't look at it as a system, an illness. They'll look at it as that's what just little girls do, right? The problem with that is that even if they was to get diagnosed with ADHD when they're younger, if they don't have the proper treatment going into adulthood, they will later on still have it again. So like you'll get on a program, you'll have a system, and then the next minute you're right back to where you was square one when you was a child. They actually seen that happen. So let's see, just to give a little bit more information about the attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, also known as ADHD. It is a developmental disorder characterized by developmentally inappropriate and impairing systems of inattention, hyperactivity, and impulsivity. There are 3 main presentations of ADHD, dividing symptoms into classifications of inattention, hyperactive, impulsive, or a combination of the two. Presentations will manifest differently for each individual and will look different for person to person. ADHD is a disorder prevalent in 5 to 10% of the school-age children. It persisted into adulthood and affects both men and men and women, impacting 2 to 6% of the global population. So that was dated in 2020. Now, the population of ADHD affecting adults is 10%. And they also have stated that it has a lot to do with social media. It also has a lot to do with what happened with the pandemic. These are also contributing to the increase in this disorder. And then we have to talk about gender and ADHD. So societal norms and values play an important role in how people with ADHD perceive themselves and how they are perceived by others. While society's prevailing norms influencing what is considered appropriate behavior, these norms differ based on gender, the social meaning attached to biological sex. Women and girls are encouraged to display feminine behaviors and traits such as empathy, good relationships with others, organization, and obedience. When girls display behaviors consistent with ADHD symptoms, impulsivity, hyperactivity, and disorganization, they are at a higher risk for social judgment for violations of feminine norms. To avoid social sanctions, many girls with ADHD exert considerable effort to mask symptoms of ADHD. Now, I would want anybody to tell me, who do you think that sound like? Someone who goes above and beyond because they're trying to overmask the fact that they feel inadequate. We have a name for it. What do we call them? People pleasers. So a people pleaser is a sign that possibly, not, it doesn't mean it's automatically, but possibly a woman could be showing signs of ADHD if you see people pleasing. This is what they're trying to tell you. Then it says ADHD symptoms present differently in girls and boys. Girls are more often diagnosed with ADHD inattentive, that's ADHD-I, exhibiting symptoms such as distraction, disorganization, and forgetfulness. Boys more frequently present with hyperactivity impulsivity, so that's ADHD-HI, exhibiting greater levels of hyperactivity, impulsivity, and aggression. These symptoms are often more disruptive in the classroom setting, leading higher rates of referral for assessment in boys than girls. Found that the clinical diagnosis of ADHD was more common in boys than girls. Of the children in their study, 72% of those who had a clinical diagnosis were boys. An additional 12.9% met the symptom criteria for ADHD, but did not have the formal diagnosis. Of these additional undiagnosed participants, 64% were boys and 36% were girls, suggesting gender differences in rates of diagnosis as well as diagnostic criteria. Externalizing behaviors are a stronger predictor of diagnosis in girls than boys. Girls who display significant externalizing behaviors are more likely to receive a diagnosis than those who display internalizing symptoms, suggesting that girls may be more likely to be missed in the diagnostic process unless they have significant externalizing behaviors. Findings such that the current diagnostic criteria in clinical practice is biased towards the male presentation of ADHD. So I know that was a lot, right? But if you really want to think about what they're saying is that because if we think a child is unruly, or we think a boy is unruly in school, he's always getting in trouble, he's always eating chalk or staring out the window, he's not following any orders from from the teachers or the principal or stuff like that, we will automatically assume that this child can possibly have ADHD, whatever, right? But what is the societal norm for girls? The societal norm for girls, especially when it comes down to what they consider feminine, right, is to be quiet, meek, obedient, don't make a noise, don't be sound, be seen, but not heard, right? So because of that, if a girl will listen to that, or she's following the societal norms that's being placed on her, you will most likely not think that she would have ADHD. You wouldn't think she would, because you're not focusing on when she's that quiet. You're not focusing on when she is that docile. You're only focusing on when she's acting a fool, when she starts to lose control, when y'all say that's when women are not using logic and just only emotional. That's the only time you're like, okay, something's wrong with her. But there is so many high functioning women, children, and girls who understand their part in society that will literally make you not pay attention, or they're good at masking the fact that something is going on with them internally. I think a prime example would be is I forgot the name of the beauty queen who recently unalived herself, took her life in New York about last year and a half ago. She had just won her title. She was showcased it and everything. She was beautiful, whatever not. Nobody knew that she was dealing with a lot of depression. Nobody knew that she felt a certain type of way. Then I heard that she was an activist, right? She was out there being an activist for civil rights and stuff like that. And she was just doing so many things. And she, yeah. Oh, yeah, sure. You can come up. Sorry about that. Here you go. Yeah, but she was doing so many things, like keeping busy, highly functional. And then what did she do? She literally, the way how she unalived herself was traumatic, really. You know, she literally threw herself off the one of our high stories buildings in Manhattan. So it's like, the reason why I'm saying these things is that because we need to understand that some of the things that we're seeing in women, even now, the ones that we are talking about that are no good, that are embarrassing us, or all these other things and stuff like that, there is other things that could be happening that could have been something, a part of their childhood that we are not addressing. Maybe the trauma that they might have experienced in a childhood might not necessarily always just be something of a violent nature. It could be a chemical imbalance that's going on. Hey, okay, here you go. Hold on 1 second. Hey, Adrian Bronzo, welcome.
Hey, peace and love, MJ.
What's going on, sir? Hey, Chakra.
Yeah, it's a great topic. And I got some, firsthand experience in dealing with this issue.
Okay,
So,
please share.
so you're absolutely right as far as more boys being diagnosed with ADHD than girls, right? And I believe the primary reason why is because a lot of the teachers have been kind of trained and taught on particular stereotypes, right? So a lot of these teachers have been trained to identify certain characteristics in boys, and therefore they have ignored those same characteristics in girls.
Correct.
As you mentioned, the fidgeting, right? Because we have to understand, in order for this to get recognized and diagnosed, the first person you're going to hear that there's something wrong with your child is from your teacher. Usually it's first grade, right?
Right.
Now, my wife, she's an interventionalist, which is
Okay.
under the special ed umbrella,
Right.
right? So she specifically works with children who have certain types of issues like ADD, which is attention deficit disorder,
Correct.
ADHD,
Right.
attention hyperactivity disorder,
Mm-hmm.
emotionally disturbed, right?
Right.
And oppositional defiance.
Yep.
There's different categories of those mental health issues that develop within children that are
Mm-hmm.
identified typically early childhood. So from first grade, second grade, third grade,
Correct.
you're going to hear from your teacher, hey, Johnny is fidgeting with his pencil. He's drawing on the table. He's not listening to the classroom instruction. Right?
Correct.
Johnny starts failing his tests, and he, starts getting bad grades, and the teacher's now communicating that to the parent that, hey, it's his behavior, his attention span is abnormal, and you might want to get him checked out by a physician, right? But what happens when it comes to the girls, right? The teachers are ignoring those same different characteristics. Now,
Correct.
I believe it's partly due to the racial stereotypical norms, right? When we look at the teaching field, particularly in middle class, upper class areas, you're going to find a majority of white teachers, specifically majority of white women teachers, right? And what happens is the stereotype of, well, young black boys are dangerous. Young black boys have too much energy. Young black boys need to be monitored at a higher level. That's what these white women teachers are being trained to recognize. And then what's being ignored? Who's being ignored? It's the young black girls who are struggling with the same issues, but it's not being recognized.
Yeah. I mean, and also we have to take into the fact too, when it comes down to black girls also are deemed more of an adult than their other female counterparts of different races. Like they're looked at as being older and mature and knowing more better, and they can be in the same age rank as any other young girl in the same age rank. That's why when you see a young black girl get disciplined in school is almost equivalent to how a black boy would get disciplined in school. They will tackle the same thing, tackle a young black girl. They'll put a young black girl in cups. It's just literally the same way, and then it's always this kind of subconscious bias about young black girls are more mature than anybody else. Hold on, who's this? I don't know who this is. Hold on one second. AL, you gotta show me your picture, sir. I don't know if that's you. Turn your camera on real quick. Oh, that is you. Okay. Hey. How you doing, sir?
Hi, Jane. I'm well, thanks. How are you?
I'm all right. You been behaving yourself?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
I know, because you talk about human is trash and going around telling everybody human's trash. So
Yeah,
what do you?
to be honest, because long story short, on these, that example, I started walking the YouTube streets around November of 2019, so almost 5 years. I came here looking for some positive and some neutral stuff. Long story short, I started to see all the human trash and a lot of the black trash on here. I didn't even know. I didn't even know a lot of black people acted like this. Long story short, that's why I was saying there's a whole load of human trash on these YouTube streets. Where I'm just like, I'm just like, it is. A lot of these channels are absolute just human trash and a lot of just black trash. To be honest.
You know what? I understand what you mean because I tell you, like lately and more today, I'm on the focus of probably like even like scrapping my whole channel and starting over because there's a lot of people that I would prefer not to even talk to anymore. So you're not too far on your, on how you feel. I'm not too far with you about that. I do think that there's a lot of people that are trashy and there's a lot of people that I would love not to associate with. So, oh, he disappeared. Anyway, let's get
But
back
is
to
is this that gentleman who came up there, AL? Is he, because did he mention black people specifically?
he did say people are human trash, but he definitely does say black trash, black human trash. So some of the channels he doesn't like or prefer.
Right. Is he black?
He is black.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, he's from the UK.
I'm black. If you can see my picture, there.
Yeah, no, we see your picture. We see your picture. I think he didn't see your picture before. That's all. Ayo. He doesn't
Okay.
understand. So Brownsville, the reason why I know this gentleman is because back 5 years ago, we used to argue, and then eventually he realized that I'm not as bad as he thought I was. So that's how he knows who I am.
Oh, no, you know what? We never argued. I used to argue with a lot of the women on that that Chicago guy. I forgot his name, and I'm glad I forgot his name. What was his name again? It was it back in 2021.
Yes, it was.
I remember. I can't. Suave. That's it. Suave Boss. On
Suave
Suave.
Boss. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
correct.
it was
Yeah.
on Suave channel. I used to argue. Long story short, I remember when Taz joined SVDL,
Mm-hmm.
and he brought his audience, and I remember that. And when he brought his audience, I saw Suave change. And that's when I started casting out. I started casting out Suave and a lot of Taz's audience. But you was okay. I remember you. I never argued with you. But it was the other women. It was the other women that I used to argue with.
Oh, okay. I mean, because at that time, those ladies were my friends, and we did come from Goatland's channel. So I tried to be, like a shout out to Swab because I love him dearly. But to your point, Ayo, because I don't want to get too off topic right now. Yeah, I understand there's a lot of stuff going on. Like, there's a lot of people, and even now to this day, there's still a lot of people who are doing the most with their channels. So, but to stay on topic to what Brownsville, to what me and Brownsville was talking about with the ADHD, actually showing up in women. The reason why I'm saying that is because, a lot of women, especially today, even in America, is getting slack for not being their mothers or their grandmothers of before. And I'm not saying, and I'm not making an excuse to say that the reason why they're not like that is because of all the other things that we necessarily talk about in the space, whether it's PD conversations or whatever not. There is also a lot of undiagnosed women with ADHD that are now learning because the numbers has actually tripled for adults that for within the past from 2020 to 2022, it has tripled from 4% or 6% all the way up to 10% now. That there has been a lot of women that has been undiagnosed for pretty much their whole adult life of having ADHD. And that's why I had to bring up what they were showing and what they were discussing, how young girls are not being diagnosed properly to know that they have ADHD because they're only focused, like Brownsville was just talking and stating to me, they're only focused on the hyperactivity form of ADHD. They're not focused on how it looks when a person is actually showing ADHD symptoms, but it's more internally, right? Like we're literally brushing off depression in little girls and them wanting to look like this girl and that girl and stuff like that. We're just thinking about, we're categorizing it as just peer pressure. But technically, it's really not. They said that the longer it goes undiagnosed in women, the lower their self-esteem is, the more people pleaser they become, right? And then that can also contribute to as to why a lot of women might not be making the best decisions when they get into intimate relationships and stuff, and why it's not lasting either. So that's why I wanted to do, in totality, I wanted to do a deep dive in that so people can understand that, what, there is symptoms that you can show and see in women, grown women within their 30s and 40s and already had kids, that they might be suffering with this type of disorder.
Right.
Okay.
And the reason why they're not getting help as an adult is because they have too much already on their plate, too much responsibility, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of those women are single mothers. A lot of those women are, you know, trying to maintain a position of being a bedrock of their family, even their extended families, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they don't have time for mental health, you know, sustainability. They don't
Correct.
have time for emotional health sustainability, right?
Right.
Because they're dealing with the pressures of the world and it's just too much for one person to deal with.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why another reason why I wanted to discuss this, Brownsville, because, you know, we hear a lot in these spaces when the men talk, especially when they're talking about what they're considered a suitable mate. They talk about, oh, the woman need to be able to do this, she needs to be able to do that, she needs to be able to do this, the woman needs to work for me, pretty much, so she needs to do everything in the house, and she needs to let me know everything that needs to be fixed in the house, and whether or not, if I have the money, I'll pay for it. But most of the main of managing the house and managing the children is her duty, right? This is what they state. Hold on one second. Oh, he came back. I think so. Is that you, Avel? Is that you? I can't. Okay, that is you. Okay, cool. There we go. So yeah, so there's so many things that they're saying that women need to do, right? And then here's the funny thing about this: when we talk about like history, right? Um, Usually only the poor women or the women who didn't come from high societal class was the one who was doing everything, right? Women who came from high societal class had help, they had assistance, they had a nursemaid, they had someone who cooked, they had someone, they were managing, but they were having other people do these actual jobs for them. They weren't down there scrubbing and, you know, and working their lives away, you know. They weren't doing that. So sometimes I do believe that when we do have these conversations, we love to leave out history, right? We love to leave out all the effects that happens to women. I don't think people even know that women can catch one of these things, ADD or ADHD, just for having a child. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
that can literally mess up your chemical balance within your head. And you were wondering, like, why my wife that I love so much, why she's not even acting the same anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, within year 2, year 3, you know, these are just another, like I said, it's not for excuses. It's just to let people know that there's a lot of things that's going on. And the more that we pin out that there's a lot of gray area that's going on with a lot of things that we have issues with, I think that would just make us better as a whole.
Right. And we have to understand that when people are talking about, well, I want a traditional woman, right? That's kind of like, you know, the purple dolphin. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
it's not happening in 2024. And the main reason it's not happening is because the men aren't putting themselves in position as traditional men, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can say, hey, I want my woman to just focus on the home. Well, if you want your woman just to focus on the home and the children, right, then you got to create an environment for her to do it in a healthy manner, right?
Yeah, I
And
agree.
I think a lot of men aren't willing to do that. And then you even will have some men who their wives work, but they're also doing 100% taking care of the kids and taking care of the house.
Right.
100% of the cooking, 100% of the cleaning. And what happens is that's a lot of stress, that's a lot of pressure, right? And these women are suffering with these emotional and mental issues. And like I said, the reason why it's not being diagnosed and they're not getting the help that they need is because they're too busy
Mm-hmm.
and they don't have time to just take care of self. They don't have time for self-care, right? And
Right.
that's the greater conversation that needs to be had. You
Well,
know,
they're not creating, like you said, they're not creating a space for a woman to have to take care of herself, or if she's not going to take care of herself, for you to actually step up to the plate and help her if you don't want her to take care of herself, right? The When we hear these conversations in these spaces, is literally about women sacrificing their whole entire life, their dreams, their hopes, and everything for their family. And mind you, I'm not saying that that is a bad thing, right? Because I think family is a great thing. I think it's beautiful. I think children's a great thing. I think that's beautiful. But at the end of the day, that is just not everyone's destiny. You know, not every woman is supposed to be a mom. Not every man is supposed to be a father. There are supposed to be couples who don't have children. There are supposed to be couples that do have children. There are supposed to be couples that are only supposed to have one child because that's all they can handle. And then there's also couples that can have a whole basketball team and be great at it, right? I think that the problem within these spaces is that we come with our personal desires or what we want and what we agree, and we think that we can paint that as a picture for everyone's style of how they're supposed to join union with someone or hold down a family, or how their family dynamics is supposed to look. We love to tell everybody what the hell they supposed to be doing, and I think that's a problem. And I think that is the having that type of mindset is what is causing more conflict within our community, because everybody's perspective is everybody's perspective. Everybody's opinion is everybody's opinion. Nobody's opinions is the God honest truth. Nobody's opinions is right or if it's wrong, you know? So it's too much clashing of the heads. And I definitely feel like it's too much telling people what the hell they're supposed to do. But until Brownsville comes back, let's go back on. Oh, there goes my favorite. You know what? No, let's see. Women choosing to be child free by choice is MJ4. You know what? You know what, Jack? I'm not talking to you. I'm not. You cheated on me. You've been cheating on me since yesterday. We done. We done. You can't cheat on me no more. Absolutely not. I feel betrayed. I feel betrayed. You just now coming to come stalk me. You like all yesterday, all the day before yesterday. I just can't take this. I can't take it. I'm sorry. No, absolutely not. So let's see. All right. So it says, not surprisingly, males are diagnosed with ADHD at a higher rate than females. One potential reason for this differential rate of diagnosis is that physicians may lack knowledge of gender differences in ADHD. That goes back to what Brownsville was talking about in regards to what he knows from what his wife is a professional for, leading to overlook or misdiagnose for women and girls. Many women seeking treatment for mood and emotional problems may be unrecognized ADHD. So I thought that that was very interesting when I was reading this, is because we know that a lot of, especially we have a lot of self-help gurus on YouTube. We have a lot of self-help consultants, image consultants. Women has always done what they need to do to better themselves. We have nothing but channels about developing ourselves, whether if it's femininity, whether if it's our business, whether if it's relationship dynamic, whether if it's being a wife, whether we have channels all about self-improvement, far more than men do. Women is always trying to better themselves, whether it's healing, whether it's grounding, whether it's becoming more spiritual, whether if it's opening up your chakras, all this stuff. Oh, hold on. Look, Jack. Cyber stalking is a full job. Somebody got to pay the bills. All this cyber stalk other people, I do it for us. I do it for you. I do. Okay. All right, Jack. Whatever. You do it for us, my foot. All right. No, absolutely not. You're not forgiven. You're not forgiven. No. All right. So let's see. So it says many women seek treatment for mood and emotional problems may have unrecognized ADHD. Higher rates of comorbidities such as depression and eating disorders in females with ADHD may make diagnosis more difficult. So because depression is higher than women, and then also when it comes down to eating disorders, yeah, they will more. I guess more doctors will focus on those situations than they will actually focus on whether or not if this person is dealing with ADHD. It says, as well as physicians may have more difficulty separating ADHD from its comorbidities, potentially clouding ADHD symptoms and leading to delayed diagnosis in females. So the simple fact is that most of them are more focused on whether or not if you are dealing with high depression, whether you are, like I said, having a eating disorder. Those are the things that they usually point to women. Those are the diagnoses that usually they categorize as women having high levels of. So because of that, they're not even looking out for any other symptoms. They're not even actually testing if that lady could or woman could potentially have ADHD, because they have already put in their head about what women suffer from. Okay, Jack said I'm gonna move around, but I'll be watching for the clouds until I randomly popped in on you again. Later, Jack. That's my number one stalker. Later. Let's see. Chakra says, I'm starting to think we all have some form of mental health issues because of this matrix. Yes, we do. And that's what I was trying to say, Chakra, is that there's a lot of things that's happening that is causing us to have some type of form of mental illness disorder. People are there. The difference is that some are high functioning and some are low functioning, right? So we have ones who can literally still do everything, pay their bills, all this stuff like that, got everything together, whatever. And we look at them as them being normal and everything is fine, but technically that's not the case. And just because someone might be low functioning, whether if they're deemed lazy, they're not compatible, they can't work well with people, they're disruptive, whatever the case may be, that doesn't necessarily mean it because they're intentionally doing it. They could have something going on. The whole point is that to be more cultured and more rounded as people, to know what we're experiencing and how we're experiencing it, is just to become more educated. So like I said, we're just reviewing, we're just tackling it, we're bringing awareness. This is all a awareness stream, live stream. This is not me saying this person has this person has that, because I'm not diagnosing anyone, just bringing awareness. Oh, so Chakra says food for one. Yes, and that's the thing too. A lot of people don't know that our food has completely changed from the past, 60 years. Our food is not the same. When they started using different dyes, what is it, blue 5, red 6, and I forgot 7 green, I think. When they started using those dyes and they started using specific type of preservatives to preserve our poultry and our meats, they started seeing a trend of more illnesses, whether it was be our body or whether it be mentally. We started seeing trends of our health in America declining. We also started seeing trends of obesity rising because we are not cooking and we're not preserving our same food or even eating the same type of food that we ate back in 1950s. Let's see. Okay, so it says, additionally, the reason for referral for ADHD services differs among males and females. Males are more often referred due to behavioral symptomology, whereas females are more often referred due to emotional issues, such as anxiety or depression. Found that girls had more visits to psychiatric care facilities prior to ADHD diagnosis, were prescribed non-ADHD medications or antidepressants before and after diagnosis at a higher rate, and were older than boys at the time of referral and at age of diagnosis. Now that is crazy right there, right? That's insane. So literally girls, because we all know that women go to hospital and go to the doctor and they're more proactive about their health than men do. And even though women would go, or little girls would go visit psychiatric facilities more than little boys, they will still be prescribed non-DHD medications at a higher rate, and they will be older than boys. Now you have to ask yourself, why would they do that, right? Why would, if you even seen the symptoms and the signs of a young girl, of a young girl having ADHD, why would you prescribe her non-ADHD medication? Why would you do that? I don't know why. I have to figure out why, but I hope it does not have anything to do, because like I said, this is my conspiracy theory. I hope the reason why they do not want to give young little girls ADHD medication, prescribed medication, because it will affect her reproduction system. And if they are more I guess more focused on making sure that she's able to produce children than whether or not she will have the mental capability to be a healthy parent to her child, that is a problem. That is a problem. Like now I would have to research and see what does the medication consist of and what is the side effects is. And this is what I think that any woman should do. If you have a child that has ADHD, and I know one of the ADHD medications, I think it's called resin, I think. That's one of the brands. If they will prescribe that to your son, but they won't prescribe that to your girl, and let's say your girl had the same diagnosis as your son, might showing symptoms of ADHD, I would want to know why. Why wouldn't you give her that? Why would you treat her for depression if you know that the depression is actually coming from ADHD? It's not just a generic depression. It's depression because of ADHD. Why wouldn't you prescribe the daughter or the girl that drug that will help her? And if that's the case, then ladies, this is something that we as ladies might need to look into and see if whether or not are we being prescribed certain medications or not being prescribed certain medications due to them being more focused on our reproduction system and being able to produce children at childbearing age versus whether or not if our mental health is stable enough to actually have healthy relationships and healthy pregnancies and healthy being an adult or a parent, I should say. Hey, how you doing, Hassan? Thank you for coming. Appreciate you. So I want y'all to really pay attention. So like I said, that's just me being a devil's advocate. I'm not saying that is the case, but I'm just wondering why would they prescribe them a depression, an antidepressant, versus a ADHD medication? If these doctors are aware because that's the biggest thing. They have to be aware. If these doctors are aware that this woman is showing, or this young girl is showing signs of ADHD, why not give her that medicine? Why give her an antidepressants, or why would you misdiagnose her as having depression or high levels of anxiety when in fact she has those symptoms due to ADHD? Let's go on. So it says, they suggest that this difference may be due to the higher burden of emotional problems required for girls to be referred for treatment. Girls are often less noticed by teachers and parents until symptoms are causing significantly more impairment than required for recognition in boys. That is crazy. So unless you are some unruly daughter, unless you're an unruly daughter or something that they would consider unruly, then they're not really even focusing on you. They're not even focused on you. They're not even caring. They don't even see it as, they don't even recognize it as it's a problem unless it's significant. Whereas if a boy is, if he's like, I'm gonna destroy something, or he's drawing knives on his notebook or something like that, that would cause raise an alarm or raise a red flag versus what happened with girls. And they also admitted that teachers don't pay attention to it. Just like Brownsville was talking about, teachers less pay attention to the girls. They're more focused on showing the hyperactivity in boys with the ADHD. So it says in 2018, Mowlin found that the females referred for and diagnosed with ADHD exhibited symptoms that were significant deviant from their typical behavior, suggesting that females may have a slightly higher threshold for symptoms severity for referral and diagnosis. Females with more externalizing symptoms were also referred more often, suggesting that because externalizing disorders are not in line with what is considered normative for females, they are more easily recognized and referred for assessment than those with internalizing symptoms of their own. So that paragraph is quite crazy to me, because it goes back to society's norms of what they believe a woman or a girl is supposed to, how they supposed to perform and how they're supposed to behave. Let's bring back to the point where they say women are masculine. Let's get back to that, right? So this is a prime example. So a woman who they would perceive masculine would kind of fall, if that was like seen in a young girl, that would get noticed far more than the young girl who is just, like I said, you're supposed to be seen and not heard, right? If you was living that type of life, seen and not heard, I'm just sitting there and I'm a wallflower, they would be they will be underlooked. They would not even be looked at, because you're following the societal norms of how they perceive women to behave. So for them, that girl would be, I'm normal. I'm sitting up here being a wallflower and stick figure. I'm normal. That's how a woman's supposed to act. See, there's nothing wrong with her. This was a woman. Now, if you was a woman that was more bodacious, if you was a woman that had more audacity, or or you had more clashing or things of that sort, then they would look at you as, you're the crazy one. You're out of line. There's something wrong with you. So this is what they're trying to say in that paragraph, that societal norms have a big issue as to why a lot of women or a lot of girls are being misdiagnosed or undiagnosed for ADHD, because they're not really even focusing on internalizing symptoms. They're only focusing on the externaling disorders, being crazy, screaming, losing out of control, being impulsive, They're looking at things that they can see with the eyes. They're not really focusing on what could be going on inside. It says gender bias not only occurs in clinical settings, but also in the perceptions of parents and teachers, which may impact the rate in which males and females are referred for treatment. Ask parent and teacher participants to read a vignette describing a child displaying symptoms of ADHD. Vignettes did not differ. Other than half of the participants read a vignette describing a child with a male name, and the other half read a vignette describing a child with a female name. Participants were then asked to rate their likeliness to recommend or seek services for the child described. Both teachers and parents were less likely to seek or recommend services for girls than boys in these vignettes. So, right there, they're telling you and they're showing you. They're telling you and showing you that even parents and teachers, while they were given the same type of story, they just changed the name. One was a girl name, one was a boy name. Out of the parents and the teachers that they did the study on, both sides referred the boy more than the girl. So there's already a bias, as in, well, boys. Hey, Freezy, how you doing, sir? Welcome here. Welcome. Who's that? Oh, that's Ayabel. All right, Ayabel, that's you? Okay. All right, you're back, sir. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm well, thanks.
Okay, cool. So how do you feel about some of the things that I'm speaking about? Do you have any oh, he disappeared again. Whoop. I guess that's that UK thing. Who knows? He'll be back. So yeah, I think that we really need to just really pay attention. But that's quite sad, really. It's quite sad that a lot of children is being misdiagnosed. Okay, is your audio good now, sir? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think about the things that I've been saying so far?
To be honest, I mean, I just been listening. I'll be honest. I can't think of any opinion. I just been listening and it's been okay. I mean,
okay, all right. So far, I was just talking about pretty much they just discussed why there is a imbalance when it comes down to diagnosing boys and girls who might be have ADHD and they might be suffering as an adult with undiagnosed ADHD, because people are more hyper focusing on boys when they show signs of ADHD, and they're less focused on girls. So technically, a lot of our girls can be getting undiagnosed. Yes, yes, absolutely, Freezy. Yes, ADHD can cause depression and anxiety. Yes. So, for example, if you see little girls and you see that they're depressed or they get anxiety, according to this article that I'm reading, Freezy, those little girls would be prescribed non-ADHD medicine due to them showing signs of depression and anxiety, and they would not be tested to see whether or not they are having that because of ADHD. So they're not even getting ADHD medication. So they're actually living their life all the way up into 30 and 40 years old with undiagnosed ADHD, which will affect their life. They will affect their self-esteem, their identity issues, things that a lot of symptoms that we're actually seeing in women today could be undiagnosed ADHD, because even the medical field, they only focus on if we see signs of symptoms of depression, severe depression or severe anxiety or eating disorder, that is usually associated with women. So they're not even looking for ADHD in women. And some symptoms is the reason why she's disorganized, the reason why she has low self-esteem, the reason why she's a people pleaser, and that she feels what she does, what she do is never good enough, and she's trying to overcompensate. All of these things are symptoms of ADHD in a woman. Oh, no problem, sir. No problem. Oh, let's see. Are you back again, sir? You gonna drop off again?
Oh no, I apologize. Long story short, myself.
Oh, darn. Okay. It's the technical difficulties. Oh, thank you, Ariel. Get some rest. I know you in the UK too. Get some rest, darling. Thank you for coming. Yeah, so let's just finish on with this. I'm almost done, guys. I'm almost done, and then we can have another topic. Like I said, it's Friday. I wasn't really expecting so many people to be here. Y'all better be outside having a good time, right? And enjoying yourselves. So it says there is also gender bias in research informing diagnostic criteria. It says Hartung and Winger of 1998 examined 243 empirical studies published in the Journal of Abnormal Child Psychology over the 6-year period between publication of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the DSM. Everybody should know about the DSM now, because that is a part of the other personality disorders and the antisocial disorders. We get this from the DSM, right? It says 70 of those studies concern ADHD, with 81% of participants being male and only 19% female. Other studies looked at it in this review also found gender biases in participants. Of 243 studies that stated participant gender, 71% included both boys and girls, and 29%, that which is 70 studies, was confined to one sex. Of these 7 single-sex studies, 99.6% were studies of male children. So, in fact, another reason why the misdiagnosed or the underdiagnosed or non-diagnosed of women or young girls is because when they do these studies and these tests, the people that the participant of these studies are predominantly men. They're not even getting a balanced amount of participants to outweigh who actually is showing signs or higher signs of ADHD. They're not doing it. They're not doing it. So if you're having a study that is already 70% men and only like 19% women, then of course it's going to look like that the majority group or the majority gender is the ones who's suffering from it the most, because you don't have a fair assessment. That's what it's telling you. It's not a fair assessment. Hey, world class, thank you for coming. Appreciate you. Yes. Okay. So we really don't necessarily need to read the diagnosis, but I'll read this nonetheless. It says ADHD is not the only disorder where women are underdiagnosed. Research on autism spectrum disorder, ASD, has found that women are commonly undiagnosed or misdiagnosed. This inaccurate diagnosis may be due to the diagnostic criteria being developed primarily on the behavioral presentation of males. So again, they're being undiagnosed and misdiagnosed because the criteria that they're using is only strictly for the male gender. Of course, it's going to be different. Of course, it's going to show up different. They can't use the same criteria and methods. In that way, we're not the same. Even our thinking processes are not the same. Our behaviors are not the same. Gender influences diagnostic processes in both mental and physical health settings. For example, Cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of death for women worldwide, yet due to differences in symptoms presentation and underrepresentation of females in clinical trials, women are more likely to experience delays in diagnosis, be treated less aggressively, and have worse outcomes than men. That's crazy. Cardiovascular disease is the leading death for women worldwide. And they literally they don't take us seriously. That's why when we talk about when it comes down to childbirth, no, don't worry about it, Abel. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just I'm just gonna get this out. Like I said, I'm not gonna stay on but for too long unless we're gonna have a topic or discussion about something else. I know this is not all like fun, like ooh, but nonetheless, it's just good information, right? So I think that's sad though, right? Because a lot of women, when they do lose their life during pregnancy, it has a lot to do with their heart. A lot of they be having heart failure. I know when I almost lost my life, giving my bearing my child. Chronic heart failure, brought on through pregnancy. It happens. It happens, and these are things that is being pushed aside, pushed away. Not to worry about. Just have the baby. Just have the baby. Let's see. Receiving a diagnosis can be a central part of an individual's identity. Individuals suffering from mental illness not only experience symptoms, but also interpret their experience of having a diagnosed condition. Assigning meaning to diagnosis can affect hope and self-esteem. While receiving a diagnosis provides an individual with a model in which to compare themselves and can help them to form their identity, diagnosis can help an individual make sense of their past and relieve uncertainty. So it would definitely let them know that they're not crazy. It'll definitely let them know that you're not doing anything wrong. You're literally doing what you possibly can. And it also, by having that type of diagnosis and knowing about what's going on, if you're in a marriage or if you're in a serious relationship, they will now understand what you're going through. No, sweetheart. Hi, Elliot. Nice to see you, baby. Nice to see you. So she says, so they're saying women are not participating, or do you think they're just deliberately don't care to study women's overall health? That's crazy to me. They all have this info on other things, but yes, it's the second one. They're not doing their due diligence when it comes down to women. They really are still they're still in the the experimental session of dealing with women's health. They're really not doing that. And then if I'm not sure how much you heard, Elliot, but even young girls are being underdiagnosed or they're being misdiagnosed with having depression or anxiety disorders, eating disorders, and because they feel that ADHD is more prevalent in boys because they're only focusing on hyperactivity ADHD and not the one that is not hyper, right? They're putting more of their focus on little boys or perceiving that little boys are the only ones that are having that. But because they're doing that, now when little girls grow up to be adults and grow up to be women, they're suffering from undiagnosed ADHD, which is affecting their self-esteem. It can actually kill you. It was affecting your self-esteem. It affects your identity, how you view yourself. You feel that you're inadequate. You feel that nothing that you do is good. You become a people pleaser. These are some signs and symptoms of what shows up in a woman who has ADHD. Now, I'm not saying that just because you see these signs or just because you see these symptoms, that doesn't automatically make you believe that this woman have ADHD. But this is something that we should be paying attention to, because you don't know. You really don't know the things that you was wondering why you're forgetful. You're wondering why you can't remember things. You're remembering like, Dad, I put something on the table and I had a schedule and now I can't figure it out. Or why they're no longer they can manage. Why women are not being able to manage the household anymore. Is now you can't even say that they're not managing the household only solely because they don't want to. Maybe they can't manage the household because they can't do it. They can't do it because they have not been diagnosed with something that they should have been diagnosed when they were a kid, and it got worse as a grown woman, or it got worse after having children. Let's see. Okay, so it says there are several characteristics specific to the expression of ADHD in women as compared to men. These characteristics include differences in symptom presentation, decreased self-esteem, more difficulty in peer relationship, increased likelihood of anxiety, and other affective disorders. The development of coping strategies that mask symptoms of ADHD and gender-based societal expectations. Women are more likely to present with inattentive symptoms than hyperactive symptoms, which may be less easily noticed and less likely to trigger a referral for diagnosis. So because women, the way how ADHD would show up in women is going to be completely different than how it show up in men. More women is like, when it's women is more that they're tapped out, they're inattentive, and with men they show hyperactive, more aggression. That's what make them less likely to get referred to get checked on this diagnosis. As well, women are often diagnosed with and treated for a comorbid condition before being recognized as having ADHD. Again, going back to what I said, you will be diagnosed or treated for depression, anxiety, a eating disorder, things of that sort. You will be treated for that before you are actually diagnosed and treated for ADHD if you're a woman. It says Quinn of 2005 for his gender specifics found that 14% of girls with ADHD were prescribed antidepressants before being treated for ADHD compared to only 5% of boys. It says Robinson looked at a gender differences in ADHD symptoms, psychological functioning, physical symptoms, and treatment response. They found that women were rated as more impaired on every measure of ADHD symptoms. Women were also found to score higher on rating scales for anxiety and depression, as well as experience great emotional dysregulation compared to men. So even though women or children were scoring higher on these measures or the scales that they're using, they will give 14% was prescribed antidepressants if they were a girl, and only 5% there were boys. Meaning they wasn't giving the girls ADHD medicine. They were giving them medicine for depression or anxiety, not for ADHD. Women with ADHD are also at higher risk of engaging in risky sexual behavior, unplanned pregnancy, and are more likely to be coerced into having sex than women without ADHD. Y'all see that? Now you want to now think about our community. Think about our community. Let that sink in. I'm going to read it again for you. Women with ADHD are also at a higher risk of engaging in risky sexual behavior, unplanned pregnancy, and are more likely to be coerced into having sex than women without ADHD. Just food for thought. Just food for thought of some of the reasons and some of the symptoms as to why we're seeing certain things in our community that we don't like to see. Social stigma around risky sexual behavior, particularly for females, may increase social problems and limit occupational opportunities. Low self-esteem is common among women with ADHD, and in combination with social stigma and risky sexual behaviors, may leave women with ADHD more vulnerable to sexual harassment, exploitation, and abusive or inappropriate relationships. I'm going to read that one more time. That was a jaw dropper for me. Okay? Low self-esteem is common among women with ADHD, and in combination with social stigma, risky sexual behaviors may leave women with ADHD more vulnerable to sexual harassment, exploitation, and abusive or inappropriate relationships. Additionally, societal and cultural expectations often put the bulk of household and parental duties on women, and the demands placed on mothers often differ from demands placed on fathers. Increased expectations placed on women and mothers may result in increased impairment and anxiety in women with ADHD. Low self-esteem in combination with these demands may result in dysfunctional beliefs such as perceived failure, guilt, and feelings of inadequacy. That's crazy. Do you see how much societal and cultural has effect? He said, wait, let's see what he said. So women with ADHD have lower sex. No, actually, it's the opposite, Freezy. It's the opposite. They're saying that women who are showing signs of being hypersexual or what we would like to call promiscuous, risky sexual behavior or unplanned pregnancies, they said that they are more likely, women who have ADHD are more likely to engage in that. They're saying that they're more likely to be the ones that are engaging in it. And that's why I thought that this was really cool to listen to, because if a lot of women are, especially if we talk about, our community, and we talk about the unplanned pregnancies, and pretty much we have a lot of oops babies and things that I saw. If by me reading the beginning paragraphs, like I now want y'all to really put things together, right? Put things together. If they're misdiagnosing and undiagnosing our little girls, or never diagnosing them at all of having ADHD, and they said that these symptoms that I just read off shows up in women, do you think that that might have something to do with why we have so many unplanned pregnancies? Do you think that that has something to do with why there's a lot of women participating in risky sexual behaviors or being coerced? Right? Like, do you think that that can be a reason why? Because they have went from little girl all the way into womanhood with undiagnosed ADHD and wasn't getting the proper treatment, medication, or therapy. And now they're being approached as women to procreate and to have sex and all that stuff like that. And this is how they're behaving recklessly. And then the add on societal norms or being shamed by society, cultural norms, this all has effects in women who probably have undiagnosed ADHD. I'm just saying that there's something, there's something to this think about. Not saying that all situations, this is every situation or anything like that. I would never say anything like that, right? We just know that there's some women out there wilding out, whatever. But there could be a reason why our numbers are high or our numbers are not averaging with the rest of individuals. If we're not even being diagnosed. Okay, so it says, for many women, the process of receiving a diagnosis and treatment for ADHD is not straightforward. Many women begin the process of getting a diagnosis after their child has been diagnosed with ADHD. While others may begin this process by seeking treatment for other comorbid conditions, many women also self-diagnose as having ADHD. This self-identification is another important way in which women come to identify as having ADHD. For many women, ADHD falls under the category of illnesses you have to fight to get. Women often feel they need to prove symptoms for a physician to take them seriously and consider a diagnosis of ADHD. And that's kind of crazy. And I believe that too, because again, how many times, let's see. So Freezy said, well, do women with ADHD get distracted mentally in the middle of sexual intercourse? I'm not sure. They haven't said anything necessarily about that. But they are like some of the symptoms of women who might suffer from ADHD is forgetfulness, forgetting, they forget a lot. They can't organize, they're disorganized. They, for some particular reason, their house can't stay clean, like they can't keep the house clean or whatever. Not like those are some signs, right? Those are some signs and symptoms of women might be dealing with ADHD. Now, I don't know whether or not if they go blank or whatever when they're having sexual intercourse. I don't know. But that would be something to definitely look into. That would be definitely something to look into. All right, and let's see what else it says. But the simple fact that they have a terminology that says illnesses you have to fight to get, that is like true as day. Women, when it comes down to going to the medical field or within their health, we got to fight for everything that might be going on with you. You have to show proof. Every little thing. Like, oh, you have a headache. Well, show me your brain and tell me how you have a headache. You know what I'm saying? You be like, my stomach hurt. Well, show me why your stomach hurt. Show me where. Like, okay, my ovaries killing me. Why is your ovaries killing me? Show me. Do you got a bruise there? If there's no black and bruise on your ovary, then I don't think your ovaries hurt, ma'am. I'm not giving you a doctor's note. Like, guys, I don't think y'all really understand what women be dealing with, yo. Like, seriously, they don't be wanting to give you a note for nothing. Like, they act like nothing be happening. You can go into the doctor, you be like, listen, I feel sick. Okay, what do you feel sick about? This hurt, that hurt, this hurt. Oh, okay, well, maybe you're just tired. It's not about being tired. I feel sick. Well, maybe you just need to eat something. I ate something. I'm sick. I don't feel well. Well, calm down, ma'am. Don't be giving me no attitude. And you the one who came in here already self-diagnosing yourself that you're the doctor. So if you know what's going on, then what do you need me to tell you for? It can be very stressful for women. It can be very, 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 very stressful for women. You get misdiagnosed all the time. A lot of the time, they don't take your illnesses seriously. They always assume that you just want to be a baby about it. And no, you could really be going through some serious stuff and they won't take you seriously. They won't take you seriously at all. So let's see. Okay, so they did say that when it comes to the abnormalities, ADHD in both men and women is often accompanied by one or more comorbid conditions such as depression, anxiety, and substance use. These comorbidities can often complicate the assessment of ADHD, as physicians tend to treat comorbid conditions first and then sometimes overlook the diagnosis of ADHD completely. So again, they're going to go to the ones that they know, the ones that that they have deemed that this is whatever particular person or man or woman that they will suffer from: anxiety, depression, whatever. It says, where's my part? All right, it says the comorbidities are often different from females with ADHD compared to males. They found that when comparing females with ADHD to males with ADHD, females were more psychosocially impaired than males. Females reported more overall distress, anxiety, and depression, as well as greater external locus of control. They found that the combination of having ADHD and being a female may put an individual at higher risk for psychological distress. When Fuller and Thompson compared women ages 20 to 39 years with ADHD to women without ADHD, they found that the women with ADHD had twice the prevalence of substance abuse, current smoking, depressive disorders, severe poverty, and childhood physical abuse, as well as triple the prevalence of insomnia, chronic pain, suicidal ideation, childhood sexual abuse, and generalized anxiety disorder compared to women without ADHD. Like, that's crazy. Wow. Wow. I have to read that again. That is crazy. Wow. Ariel said that she was having a migraine and light sensitivity. Doctors prescribed pills. I didn't take them. Turns out I was just low on iron. See? Misdiagnosed all the time. All the time. Gotta be careful. Don't just take whatever the doctor tells you to take. If anything, do your research on it. Do your research on it. But definitely I have to read this again. They said that when they compared women aged 20 to 39 with ADHD to women without ADHD, they found that the women with ADHD had twice the prevalence of substance abuse, current smoking, depressive disorders, severe poverty, and childhood physical abuse, as well as triple the prevalence of insomnia, chronic pain, suicidal ideation, childhood sexual abuse, and generalized anxiety disorder compared to women without ADHD. Wow. That's sad. So a lot of women that you see with ADHD, they found out that usually these are the things that happen to them. A lot of these things happen to them. Poverty, childhood physical abuse, childhood sexual abuse, all that stuff that be going on in our this is crazy. Smoking, substance abuse, all that stuff that goes on in our community, right? That be happening to our kids, right? That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Then it says that Biederman compared girls with ADHD to girls without ADHD over a 5-year period. He said ADHD was associated with significantly increased lifetime risk of major depression, multiple anxiety disorders, bipolar disorders, oppositional defiant disorder, conduct disorder, Tourette's or Tourette's disorders, I can't pronounce that word, Inurious, language disorder, nicotine dependence, and drug dependence. Results from the study showed that a mean age of 16 years, girls with ADHD are at a very high risk for antisocial, mood, anxiety, and addictive disorders. Stressed Biederman stressed the importance of early intervention and prevention strategies for girls with ADHD, considering the high morbidity associated with ADHD in females found in their studies. A lot of the current studies that I'm seeing too, they said that when you're a woman or a man who are diagnosed with ADHD, that can take up to 13 years off your life. 13 years. Let's see. Freezy said, okay, last question. Is ADHD connected to OCD? So no, you don't worry about the questions. As of right now, it does not, it doesn't say anything about it being connected, but I'm assuming that it is because OCD is a personality disorder. ADHD falls under the DSM, so does OCD. So I'm thinking it could be a bipart or something similar to ADHD. It could be about what is it called? What is a sub-level or something like that associated with it? Well, see, World Class said that they're almost the exact opposite. OCD is closer to fixation, whereas ADHD is a concentration issue. Yeah, that is true. It is like when you're OCD, you're fixated. Like, for example, if I was fixated on a clock or something like that, and my clock has to look a specific type of way, or it had to be clean. So you will sit up there and clean it like 7 times. And if you didn't clean it exactly 7 times, you have to clean it exactly the way that you want it to. Oh, hi, Miss Piggy. Thank you for coming. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you for coming. Yeah, but guys, this is really sad. This is really sad. A lot of women is suffering. They're suffering. And they don't even know why they're suffering. So here's the current study. It says the present study intends to consolidate the literature on adult ADHD diagnosis in women, a systematic reviewing, identifying, appraising, and synthesizing the literature on this topic is needed to produce a complete interpretation of the findings, a deeper understanding of the experience of an adult diagnosis, and its implications in women is needed. Uncovering and identifying the broad themes within the literature may provide a narrative of the experiences of adult diagnosis and their associated outcomes for women. Whew. Okay, so yeah, all the rest of the stuff we don't need to read. This is literally the literature search, so you can go ahead and look at it for yourself. They have a universal digital library. They have an eligibility criteria. So they have a published book that will show you the eligibility criteria to have a diagnosis on ADHD in adulthood, which would be of the age 18. And then it has a actual study selection. So this is referring to the report items of the systematic reviews. This is the Prisma. This is the flow chart. This is the Prisma flow chart. So you could do more research on yourself, guys. I just wanted to give you those biggest things about what they're talking about when it comes down to women who are being misdiagnosed or not diagnosed at all for ADHD in women and how that's actually showing up. And I do have, I think I have one more. I think I do. Let me see. Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. I want to do that at all. Let's see what they're saying in the chat. All right, it says, so Miss Piggy says, this is a topic that definitely needs more attention. Women are suffering because they don't know what's going on with them. Yes, it does. I really do believe, because we're literally thinking sometimes, and this is not all the time, right? Because we know there's some lazy people out there, right? We know there's some lazy women out there, all right? We've been in the bath stalls with some of these women, and ain't nothing stopping you from flushing that toilet, girl. Okay? Ain't nothing stopping for you washing your hands. You put your hands in your hair first before you wash your hands is a problem. We know that there's those type of women, but this could be the reason why when women on how they I guess why they don't emulate their grandmothers, or they don't emulate their great grandmothers and stuff like that when it comes down to tidiness or being organized or actually being able to manage a family or our household. These can be some of the reasons why. We can see maybe that's why we have this outburst. We can also take this into consideration why women are perceived to be more hypersexualized, you know what I'm saying, or actually more promiscuous. Why it seems that women are having identity crisis. They're not accepting of who they are, and they're going out there going under the knife to look like everybody or look like anything besides themselves. These are things that now we can start putting together, we're just adding another piece to the puzzle. That's why I'm just making this is a formative live stream, just making us aware of what we was not even thinking about. If our little girls are growing up in a society where we know that our food, we know that our climate, we know that the weather, we know that even our social environment is causing mental disorders in our children. And now just proven with that research and proven with that article, they literally stated that our little girls are not even being diagnosed frequently or properly as when it comes down to ADHD. They're giving them different medications that's not actually helping them. And then later on, they're going into womanhood and adulthood, and it's becoming far worse. And it's impacting their life. It's impacting them having successful relationships. It's impacting of them being close to anybody. Like, these are things that we need to start adding these pieces to the puzzles as to what is going on and what can actually be affecting our community, affecting our men, affecting our women, affecting the reason why we're not clicking. if we don't know that something's chemically going on as into why you're feeling this way, why you're doing this, and why you're acting like this, how are you ever going to solve the problem? That's why the actual numbers of ADHD in women has increased, is at 10%, for adults, period, is at 10%, because adults are now going to get tested and diagnosed for ADHD at a later age, which was something that they were supposed to be getting diagnosed at childhood. So they late in the game. They're already half in their life, and now they're realizing that they had a mental order that they didn't know that they had, because they were just good at being a functional individual. They were good at being a worker bee and being highly functional to pay bills, go to work, get the schools up, render the kids. Because they were high functional and they did the pure basis of what is expected them to for society, we looked over the simple fact that they could have been dealing with something else. That something else could have been going on. And they were never addressed. They never got the treatment. And then when it was time for them to get the treatment, what happened? It was too late. It was too late. All the other things happened. And this is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Well, I'm going to let the link up. If anybody want to come up and chat about this, y'all can come up and chat. Feel free. If not, even if you want to come up and ask me a couple of questions about something else, because now this is the open topic part of the live stream. So y'all can come up and ask me any other questions outside of this, but I definitely wanted to get this information out. I know it was long. I know that I was a little long-winded, but you gotta understand I'm a part of that tribe, so it is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, let's see. Aria, I didn't see her. She said, MJ, what's your public email address? I'll email you the clips of the stream. Great info to upload separately. Oh, okay, sweetheart. Yeah, let me put that in there for you. Who's this? Hassan, can you put on your camera real quick, sir? You don't have to be on camera. I just need to see it's you. Thank you. Hey, how you doing?
What up, MJ? How you doing?
I am good, sir. I'm good. How's everything going?
It is going.
It's go. So, what did you think about my presentation? And welcome, World Class. Welcome.
What up, Brooke? No, it was a good presentation.
What's going on?
What up? Since you have other topics, I want to what you thought about the Trump and Camila debate, and who you going for?
Oh, okay. So, because I'm under OPSEC, that's a security situation when it comes down to the military. I can't speak about who I'm going to who I'm going to vote for. However, I can speak about the debate a little bit. I thought that the debate was very interesting, and it was literally what I was expecting to happen. A lot of filibustering. One candidate was going to be I guess providing a lot of promises, and then the other one was going to be focusing on trying to pull on the heartstrings of the people, right? So those are the biggest things that I actually seen from both candidates. Whether who was more successful in getting their message forward and push forward. Well, according to the news, it seemed that Harris is leading still, and I think the reason why even that is happening is because she actually does have an economical plan that is out now that you can actually look and see what she's actually talking about. Whereas former President Donald Trump, he has not came up with an economic plan. In fact, I think he was leading on that he was going to revert back to the things that was happening within his term. So from that information, all I would just say is that, and I'm going to be political right here. It's a proud day to be American, and I hope that everybody use their First Amendment right and all their rights and go out there and vote. That is your right as an American, and please vote and participate in the political elections and discussions.
That was good. I hope you ran in 4 years.
No, listen. 4 years, I'm going to be a lobbyist in 4 years. I'm going straight. I'm going to go back into government, but I'm just going to go on the suit side, not the green side, the suit side. Yeah, so what do y'all think?
Yeah, go ahead, world class.
I think it's the sun fault. No, great, great job. You know, like I said last time I was up here, any information on mental health in any way, shape, or form, neurology, etc., is needed in this space. You're doing a good job at picking out, little nuances, because that's kind of where I'm at. I just want to see the new information. I got the basis. I just like to see new studies. You know what I'm saying? So what's brand spanking new? So if I'm not mistaken, what they're saying is ADHD. Women are being mixed diagnosed, especially in mental health, and a lot of the women that are diagnosed with ADHD are the ones that's susceptible to, you said, coerced?
Yeah, coerced.
Into sexual situation? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yep, and exploitation. Their risky sexual behaviors. They're participating in that. Unplanned pregnancies.
Yeah, I heard you say that.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that if you think about some of the topics that we talk about in these spaces in reference to our community per se, even though we know that our community is not the only one that's having these issues, but that's normally when they talk about these issues, they talk about where a large scale of this is happening. It started to make me think when I was reading it, because I had read this documentation before I actually presented it, but I just didn't have time to. So when I was reading it and I was starting to list out all the things that they said that a woman who could have ADHD, what things that they would do, like what symptoms or what kind of signs you would see. I was like, that's crazy, because I was like, a lot of things that they listed is things that we actually see within our community. So then that made me look back and think about, okay, so if this is showing up to them, if this is showing in them as adult, what was happening when they were young? And then that's what made me research to find out that young girls are not even being diagnosed with ADHD because they're only focused on hyperactivity ADHD, which shows higher in little boys than girls. So they're not showing that with the girls is when they're more quiet or more invert, or they're more internal disorders versus external disorders, which would be aggression, highly aggressive and can't sit down and stuff and like that. That was showing boys is the reason why young girls are not even being diagnosed with that. What they're being diagnosed with is depression and anxiety. And then they're given antidepressants because of that. And then now later on in life, when they get to 30 and 40, because they have not been diagnosed properly when they were a child, we're now seeing these worse symptoms in them as an adult woman.
Okay, so the researcher in me is questioning, what are the chemicals that's put into an antidepressant, and how is that affecting health long range?
So that's what I wanted to know too, because of the simple fact is, whatever they're putting in these antidepressants, and I will have to research what, brand, generic brand, what they're, the compounds of it. I have to research that. So once I do that, I'm going to let you know, but you should know, you being a neuroscience and all that stuff like that. But anyway, my thing was, I was worried about that the reason why they're not prescribing these young women who are going to be going to the psychiatric facility to get diagnosed, they're still, even if they're diagnosed with ADHD, they're still not giving them ADHD medicine.
Yeah, because you don't hear you didn't grow up hearing a lot of girls on Ritalin.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. It would always be boys.
Yeah, people.
So my thing is, I want to know, why are they not prescribing, or they make sure that they prescribe less ADHD medication to women or young girls than boys. I want to know why, because my thing is, and that's just like me being like a conspiracy theory type of person.
I mean, it's starting to add up, because I think it's going to have something to do with the relationship between what is the chemical compound makeup of Ritalin, antidepressants, some of these things that they're prescribing with respect to how are they defining each one of these psychological issues or diagnoses, whatever they are. And I think, and primarily, when are these definitions coming in, and when are these uh, medicines or whatever hitting the market? And I think that'll answer the question, because it's like, when is it? So this started happening after this medicine came in, and they didn't have this diagnosis conveniently right before. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that be happening with in food and drugs. So because
It is a problem.
it's alarming that when you said that, I was like, yeah, that's weird that you don't hear about little girls getting ADHD. And I'm looking, thinking about over my life. I'm like, yeah, little girls have the same attention span like a fish too. You know what I'm saying? And when they're talking to you, they do the same thing. So because when you was talking about girls as women that's promiscuous, and I'm like, they act like children. They got a short attention span. They got, if they're not doing it, they got to do what the word I always say, self-soothe. They got to smoke. They got to drink. They got to be on the phone. They got to do their hair. They got to flip their hair, something like that. They got to suck their thumb. Like the girls are still suck. Like they have to do something every 8 seconds or something like that. So that makes sense, because like if a couple guys got up here and they were talking about, we this girl from around the way, she was a I don't know what the community poon. I don't know. They have that same type of behavior where they just can't sit still. They the next party, the next drink. Oh, what you doing?
Or they're highly impulsive.
Extremely impulsive, very, very, very much so. So that it correlates with what I've seen in life, and I think that's when that is some of the things that gets people researching and want to look into it, because that made sense today. So I was like, you know what, that's interesting. So to me, yeah, you say conspiracy theories. That's why I love me, because I don't do. Once I hear conspiracy theory, I know I can prove it. I don't do the conspiracy theory. I'm gonna just show you the Illuminati in real life, because I know it's intentional, and it's just a matter of me finding it. It's intentional. Somebody's doing it on purpose. And I just
it was scary to me, actually, because like the first thing that came to mind when they said that they didn't prescribe them the ADHD money, I was like, okay, so the only reason why I would say that they wouldn't prescribe that medicine to them, the first thing I went to is that her reproduction system. If the government is more focused on women reproducing and being able to have children, and they don't want to stunt that in younger children because of whatever the side effects of that medication is, yes, I would see them not giving it to the majority or the collective of children or young girls, even if they are showing signs of ADHD.
Yeah. Puberty hormone blockers.
Brownsville, is that you? Can you turn on your camera real quick, sir? Can you turn on your camera? Because that doesn't look like you. Okay, well, you're not going to come up here if you can't turn on your camera. So, yeah, so like I just thought I really did thought that was interesting to hear, because I'm like, wait a minute. So if now it makes me really want to know, like, I really want to know what's in those medicines now.
Yeah, that's the only thing to look at: the dates, the medicine, the definition, the legal definitions that they have. Obviously, I mean that's just the easy work for me. Then it'll be studies and who's backing them. And I don't like to get into all that, because you get lost. I just like to deal with principle. This person looking at this political agenda, this act of something, and all that political stuff. But when you just get down to the basis of it, on where they're grafting their any laws associated to it, or will be fine. But you got to find out what's in them. Then looking at the trial runs, the findings, and find if this was even if these drugs are even regulated by the FDA. People would be surprised how many drugs are not even FDA approved, and it's.
I don't even know why people be actually be relying on that FDA approved thing.
That part's about it too. Yeah, that's a fact.
If they only knew. If they actually only knew about the history of the FDA, y'all wouldn't be putting too much stoke into that. But so Hassan, what do you think, sir?
On this topic, I don't know much about it, so I have no comment. But I'll go back
Okay.
on my original question about Trump and Camila. First of all, don't freak out. This is political game. Whoever wins,
Mm.
all of this is gonna go away. Like the border's not gonna get mentioned. All this nonsense, barely anybody gonna be talking about it. And in another 4 years, we're gonna go back to the same. Oh, the borders, blah blah blah. We're going the same cycle over. And
Well, I
two,
mean, yeah, I think that people should be definitely be getting comfortable now with understanding that there's always life events that occur when election is about to occur, and this is not only within America, this is in many
Hmm.
different countries,
That's right.
that some
yeah,
big event happens because it's a part of any society or government when you need massive of people to move or to vote or to do something simultaneously. You have to have manufactured fear.
Yep.
yeah.
Social engineering.
And then
Yes.
and another thing, people need to pay attention to. Uh, it's like history repeat. Remember the Great Depression in the
Hmm.
30s and led to the big war. Same
Yes.
thing right now. Things are getting expensive. This time, people are on more drugs. Like like there's new drug every month. It seems like. And
Yeah.
then now they're talking about a draft. So things and how the world is right now. So the things are looking. And like I tell my American people, if you're gonna get drafted or join the military, at least know what you're fighting for. At least know. And that's it. People need to pay attention more to that. Not the
Yeah, I
rest.
mean, me being someone who's in the armed forces, at the end of the day, um I fight because it's America, right? And that doesn't mean that America is perfect and we always had everything right or everything, or I agree with everything, whatever not. But this is my country, and this is where I was born at, raised at, everything at, and um I fight for the American people's best interests. That's my reasoning. And that don't have to be everybody else's reasoning, but I think that, for people, wherever you're laying, wherever you living at, you need to take care where you're living at. You're right. You need,
Yeah, you're
there
right. You're
should be, there should be some type of like, yeah, I mean, this is where I'm at now. So like if I was in a different, listen, I swear, listen, if I was to retire and I decided to move to Iceland, you think that if I needed to support Iceland, I wouldn't support Iceland? If I'm there and my family's there and all the stuff like that, you damn right I'm gonna support where I'm at. And I think that's where people need to do, support where they at. Because you gotta stay there. Why would you want where you're at, where you're residing, or where your loved ones is at? Why would you want it to go to crumble? Why would you want to self-destruct? Like what's going on?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's weird. I mean, like, I don't know. Like to me, it would be foolish. Why stay in a country and then hope your country to fail and perish while you're still in there? Yeah, I want to watch it burn down, but you're here. Yeah, but I want it to go down. Oh, so you want to go down with it? No, but I think it deserved to go down. So make a decision, motherfucker. Make a decision. Like, do you want it to go down now, or do you want to wait until you get off? What is it? Make up your mind. So, word class. How did you feel about what happened on Sharon's channel? Another. That's one of the open topics I was going to get into.
Which thing? I mean, for which day? Today? Yesterday? The day before? Since you've
Oh
been
yeah,
back?
today.
We
Today.
left?
I mean, I know it's been popping over there for quite some time since it came back, but definitely today.
I mean, I voiced it a lot when I was up there. I mean, I understand his take in terms of having a conversation and allowing people to talk. I do because I think experience is extremely important. And yeah, but it's just a point. It gets to a point where it gets ridiculous. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It just gets ridiculous. But like I said, when you was up there, I think it was fun because I watched those two guys submit to you, and they may not like the language, but they was very submissive and they followed your lead, and it just reminded me of certain things. And I was just like,
I think that the funny thing about it is because I'm not even going to front. I was a little annoyed, right, when I had gotten off, and it's because it's like I don't like when people assume that I'm acting some way different, completely different when I'm around other people. I literally treat people exactly the same way. Just like how I'm speaking to you now, how I speak to Hassan. If you treat me with respect, I have no reason to not treat you, with respect. I like to respect human beings in general. And I didn't appreciate when it was like pretty much being said that oh, that I'm doing something specifically different for this person and he's happened to be a racist. Even had people in the chat talking about, oh, she loves white zaddy. What? So wait a minute. So if I was to come up here acting like Pookeisha to the white guy, then y'all would be, jumping for joy. But then you will also go back on your channel and say, this is how Black women act. And this is why we shouldn't date him. So what was you looking for? Was you looking for a moment for when you could be like, aha, see, you see why we can't date him? You see? Like I don't understand what is it. It just seems, who is this? My bad. I'm sorry. Who's that? Who is that? It says not really Jack. I don't know who that is. You're gonna have to turn on your camera.
is that Jack to be on?
I don't know if it's Jack.
Has he ever came up before?
No, I don't think he has never cammed up before either. I don't know who you are. Can you speak? Speak. Can you speak? I ain't letting you up. I don't know who you are. So let's see.
I'm confused as to how you got so many enemies. I just don't understand. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know either. That's what I'm trying to figure out, world class. I got so many people who has an issue and problem with me. It's just ridiculous. And you know what? At this point in my me being here, I can care the fuck less. You're gonna have to just take that up with you and your God. Like it just is insane. It's absolutely crazy. I don't know. They're driving me it's driving me insane, really, because I have not done anything to anyone, so I don't know where any of this fucking attitude is coming from. I don't know where any of this, oh, I want to have an I gotcha moment with her is coming from, and I don't know why that anybody think that I'm weak. There's nothing weak over here. There's a reason why I conduct myself online a certain type of way. There's a reason why I conduct myself online, because y'all are not worth my job. Me going 0 to 100, you're not worth that. That's why I don't conduct myself in certain type of ways. That doesn't mean I can't do it.
Yeah, I'll be watching the chat when we up on panels. I'm like, what the fuck? What do y'all want? But it's weird. I'm not surprised. Because I really know what it is, but when I say stuff, I don't, I go for blood, and it's just they treat a lot of, but you know what? Like I said before, the women that came up on these panels, most of y'all are attractive, more than most of y'all. So what I notice is these guys have a lot of problem with attractive women specifically. I don't like, it's literally what the problem is, and I like the only ones that get called 304s is the cute ones, and it's just like they have some type of beef, like it's a payback moment, or they want to make niggas. But I have no idea. I just find it to be extremely weird.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird, but I tell you the truth, I don't want to be a part of. Oh, Jack, come back up. Come back up. That was you. Your mic wasn't working. Try it again. I didn't know that was you, Jack. I'll let you up. You know that. That's my number one stalker right there.
Yeah, you made it known.
No, but it's like seriously, it's like I go up there and I have a regular conversation like everybody else. I participate in the chat like everybody else, and then everybody have their fucking 2 cents. So it's like, okay, if this is I don't know, a community of where we share our opinions and stuff like that, and nobody's saying that you cannot go against my opinion, but it just seemed like it's a deliberate, like, oh, let's just say something like this, or let's reference something like this, and it's like, okay, so you're being messy, but then if I was to fucking drag your motherfucking ass to Kingdom Come, then all of a sudden, then I'm being unruly. So like, it's like, which one is it, right? Like, I don't understand. Do you want? I would say, when it comes down to the space, do you want women to be in their feminine mode, or do you want women to act like these fucking hyenas that you're talking about? Because you can't have it both ways. You can't tell me to turn on my fucking hyena-ness or when to turn it off. Like that just drives me insane.
They want you to they want to do what they associate you to being as invalidating yourself to justify why they can't have you.
Jack, is that you?
They say literally say not really Jack.
Can you hear me now?
I can someone hear you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it my mic? Is it too low? Is it not working? I'm trying to figure it out. I've never used whatever this stream thing is.
See,
no, it
make
sounds
sure you
fine, but it wish it was a little bit louder.
Let me see if I can turn it up on my end.
It's set up the same way StreamYard is. Make sure your echo cancellation is on in your settings for your audio.
Oh, okay. That might be it too.
And then you can turn your volume up too.
Let's see. Nope. Echo cancellation off. Nope. Am I getting any volume?
Good night, Ariel. Thank you.
Another one. It's late over there.
Yeah, but it's just absolutely
though,
like
right?
weird to me. Oh, I know.
Yeah,
Wait, hold on. I think let me scroll back up. Brownsville said that more Black women are joining the armed forces than Black men, which speaks to the current weakness in Black men today. Yeah, you're right. More Black women are joining the armed forces than Black men. Whether do I say it's weakness? I think maybe for some. I don't think for all. I think that, a lot of Black men in this country feel that they're getting the short end of the stick. They're not being treated fairly all the way around, and they want to tap out. And a lot of them want to create their own utopia. So for them and their mindset is to join the military is not going to actually benefit them for the long run. They don't look at it as a benefit for them, and that's why they don't want to join.
Can I ask what branch though?
Pretty much all branches, but mainly when I do the most Black men I see in the branches when it comes down to the branches is Army.
Army.
Mm-hmm.
And what about the women? I hear
it should be Army too, because Army is the biggest military.
What about the Air Force?
Say it again.
Wait, I didn't hear you.
That's what I heard. The biggest surge in women came from is the Air Force.
Yes, we are. A lot of us are in the Air Force. That is correct. Especially when it comes down to Black women, a lot of us is in the Air Force. I think the reason why is because we're doing better on tests. We're scoring higher on the ASVABs. And also there is a little bit more wiggle room when it comes down to the Army. And then, like I said, it's the image of Army. When Air Force is being considered like bougie, we're considered the bougie forces. We're considered the shrimp and lobster forces. We're, like, we don't really do the grunt work. So a lot of people think that that's where most women would want to go, would be the Air Force, than versus actually doing Marine or Navy, or doing Army, being out in the field and stuff like that. But it's that's not necessarily true. I mean, yes, we're not out in the field more than Army, because of the simple fact our job and our mission is completely different than Army. Army is more of land operations. With Marines, like Marines are is land and water operations. Navy is water operations. Air Force is air. Well, Navy does air too, but Air Force is
So,
air. The Space Force is air. It's space.
so basically, Air Force is the air-conditioned, cushy office that women don't leave.
Hold on one second. Oh, that's
Um,
Hassan again. Hassan, that's you again. Can you put on your camera real quick, sir? Yes, thank you. Yeah,
Well,
it is more. It's literally is. It's. I would say it is somewhat cushy. Like you do be in the office. You are working
it's
with airplanes and stuff
it's
What
like
about the
that.
Demore.
fitness standards for
What's
Air
that?
Force?
What's
Are
y'all
they
word now?
similar?
Demore.
Oh, say that again.
Who? Me or world class?
I was trying to say world class. You said something.
No, I was joking. I said it's Air Force is more demure. Is that-
Well, like they usually call us the brains of the of the operation. But what was you saying, Jack?
I said, what are the fitness standards for Air Force? Are they a little bit
Okay.
more lax? That's what I was asking.
The only difference in, well, actually it's not, because like for example, I'll give you an example, right? For the army they get, when it comes down to fitness, they get 2 minutes to do as many push-ups, as many sit-ups that they could possibly do within 2 minutes, and they have to run a 2-mile run. They added on other things too, where they have to do a hammer run that is literally going to one cone to the next cone. They have pull-ups, and they also have a weight requirement and neck ratio requirement too as well. Like, if you can't be overweight, or if you are overweight, they're going to put you in the fat boy camp, and you have to lose that weight to be for your age and your height, right? But a lot of people think because with the Air Force, we only get 1 minute. We have to do push-ups and sit-ups within 1 minute, how many we can possibly do. And we have a 1.5 mile run, so 1.5 run, right? But the thing about it is, it's more of a sprint. So if you're doing 2 miles, you get more time. If you only got to run 1.5 miles, you got to run faster. And it's also according to your age. You know what I'm saying? So like if you're somebody who is 26 years old, you got to run 1.5 miles in like 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes or 11 minutes. So if, let's say, if you're in the army, if you have to do 2 miles, you get in like 13 minutes, like so the times change within the branches, right? Because like, for example, Marines, they have to run 3 miles, right? And then when it comes down to Navy, yes, they have to run 2 miles, but they also got to swim. They got to have that. They have the swimming part that's a part of their physical activity. So it really, if you really
Air
think about
Force is
it,
the least physically demanding? So Air Force is the least physically demanding?
I guess if you want to say that, but I don't really think so. Like I said, it's
Okay,
just
there you go. That's why women join the Air Force a lot more. Somebody asked me the question once before of why do women join the Air Force more. I'm like, well, from how people describe it, it sounds kind of like an office job.
It's not.
Which women do the most.
It's not just a office job. No, because we have so many different fields and so many different positions in the Air Force. Now, a lot of people will pick the Air Force to say like they don't want to run 2 miles or something like that. And let's say they don't want to be sleeping in tents when they go to AT and stuff like that. Yeah, some people be like, yeah, I don't want to be out in the forest or be out in the desert most of my time. So they'll be like, yeah, I'm going to the Air Force. But like I said, you're being
You're not
tested.
disproving my point. You're not disproving
What?
my point.
I am this. No,
You're making
I
my
am.
point. No, you're making my point. That
No,
it
I'm
is
not.
exactly like an
I am
office
not
job.
making your
Nice,
point.
cushy,
No, Jack.
The Air Force is the suburbs. We got it. It's the suburbs. It's
It's not
fine.
the suburbs.
It's still America.
Oh my god.
MJ, they call the Air Force chair warriors.
They call us the chair force. Yes, I know, but still, that's because they're jealous. They jealous because
Wow.
we get paid more money and we get treated like humans.
What's that?
Damn.
What's that bougie sorority? What is it? What is it? Kappas?
What?
What is it? I forgot. I don't know the sorority.
What, you talking about Kappas?
The ones that's bougie. What's the bougie sorority? The one
Um,
they put up the 3 sign, the OK sign. That's the ones that's supposed to be the bougie ones. That's your. I know the guys. I think the
we
guys.
are
I think.
not we are not AKA, okay?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. AKA.
No, we are not. No, we're not. That's wrong. No, absolutely not. Like I said, they're testing
They
more
really
your
call you guys
mind.
the chair force? That's
So
crazy.
that is funny. Well, so are y'all, if you can answer, if you can't, don't answer. Are y'all moving to like let's just use a word. Let's not use a number. Are y'all moving to majority drones now? Like, yeah, I think that's what I'm answer. You can't answer, don't answer, but that's what I'm saying.
I would say that drones are definitely being used, but will it ever get to fully, drones? I don't think so. Because like I said, there's a issue when you put too much I guess too much responsibility on machines, right? You're still gonna have to
Yeah.
have someone to know how to do it manually if a machine break down. So I don't think that will ever be the case where it would just be like a whole full like takeover in that kind of way.
Hey, I gotta break the breaking news, MJ. World class, did you hear? They're gonna send MJ to Russia. Isn't that crazy? So brave of you, MJ.
I think Russia. I can see MJ with a Russian accent.
No, my God, no.
Привет, comrade. We come to. You want to
We're gonna
come to
see
talk,
on
no?
TV MJ versus Putin. You just made
No,
MJ,
absolutely not.
we must send our good friend MJ
No,
on
but you
to
are
be
a
spy
sergeant
to
though.
go out
Why
with
not?
Yuri and his cousin. And we'll give her a
Yeah.
Kalishnikov.
Oh, hey Lana, how you doing,
What's
sweetie?
going
Thank
on,
you for
Lana?
coming.
How you
We
doing,
shall
Lana?
give her Kalishnikov.
No.
Come to Vladivostok.
No. I'm not. Nah. I wouldn't go to Russia. I'm okay.
We shall call her Agent MJ. Привет,
I wouldn't
comrade.
go to Russia. It's too cold.
So what was all that smoke PhD was giving you earlier on
Mhm.
Sharon's show? Where was that smoke coming from? PhD was giving you from on Sharon's show.
I honestly I do not know. Right? It just
What happened?
seems. I don't know where that is
I
coming
don't know.
from.
She outlined a whole like little thing of what a mammy was when she was talking to you, and I'm like, is she trying to call you a mammy? I'm over here
Yeah, that's
messing.
like an
I'm over here being
indirect
messy.
way to try to do that. I don't know. Honestly,
Was this about? This was before or after y'all was on the book review?
this
Because
was
when y'all
after
started,
we was in the middle of talking about the book review, and then all of a sudden it just led to that. I don't even know where that came from. Like, quite honestly, I'm at to this point where I don't even care because it's just there's nothing I can do about it.
Wait, somebody has smoke for MJ? Damn, that's world class fault, by the way.
I agree with that.
What the? Huh? What's going on?
Yes, we blame you.
That's crazy.
We're blaming you.
I don't deserve this. Like, what could I have done to deserve something like this? So y'all were talking about what? And then she started talking about what a mammy is. What the fuck movie do I come from? Did that come from a movie or what did it come from?
Oh, I think it was more of she started making the assertion that MJ submitted to the white man.
Yes.
Oh
Okay,
wow.
so
That's after I said that they submitted to you?
yeah, no, that was before you said that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
that's why you probably didn't. That was before you said that. Yeah, but they were saying that they thought that I was changing my mannerisms or something like that in regards of this guy being a white guy or something. And I'm like, no, I treat everybody the same. I talk to everybody this way. I don't get loud or whatever, unless it's I'm being disrespected. So then they was like, well, if you heard him call me a DB and whatever not, I will stand for all women like that. And I said, but that's not the case, because I have seen many women in this space allow women to get dragged, called out their name by plethora of men, and y'all all sit there and y'all don't say anything. Y'all not sitting up there that, don't call a black woman a bitch. You're not doing that. So it was like, it was just kind of crazy when apparently I was supposed to do that. I was supposed to act outside of what I would normally act with anybody.
Welcome to sisterhood.
Okay. I didn't know that. I had no idea.
Just been excluded from the sisterhood, I guess.
Man, listen, I've been excluded from the sisterhood for a long time ago.
Wait, MJ, so you said world class said it before or after, right?
I said the men submitted, the white men submitted to her. It was apparently after that. I didn't even know that happened.
Then you got the smoke after. See, I told you it's world class.
Well,
yeah, but see, that's why I'm asking the question, like, what did they expect, right? Because, like, for example, if I would have came up there and I would have been acting like the women that they say they don't like, right? The disrespectful women who just go off a top, start screaming and all that stuff like that, then all they would have did was just went right back to their channels and see how these black women are acting.
No. So the thing with PhD would happen before I came or after I left, if you can remember.
I actually don't remember the timeline. If I'm being completely honest.
If she did it after the book started, book review, then that was after I said what I said.
No, I think it was in the middle of the book review. I think we were
I left at the beginning of the book review. I said I'm gonna get down while y'all do, because I ain't read the book. I don't even know what the book y'all talking about, to be honest. So I left then. So after I said that and then I left. So she had to say that after I said that they submitted it. That's wild.
No, that was, like I said, that little argument or a little tiffle was before you actually came up and you said what you said, where you thought that those white guys submitted to me. They didn't think that. They thought that I was submitting to them, and that was white zaddy.
They was literally taking turns of being patient. They was literally they had got kicked off before for hollering and screaming. The one little boy that kept saying he was from Maryland, he got dropped. When I came back to the screen, they was both taking turns talking to you respectfully.
Right.
That's literally what I watched. And I'm like, okay, then the one dude left, and then y'all was talking to Ben, and then Ben was up there till he got kicked out or whatever the fuck, and then I came up there after that. That's what I watched.
I think we finally know what sisterhood is now. Everyone's been trying to define it, but I think we clearly defined it. That if somebody's talking recklessly about a black woman, if you don't come up there with some smoke, you are no longer a part of the sisterhood. So at least we got that
is that you? Can you turn on your camera, Brown? Okay, that's you. Thank you. Hey, Brownsville.
Love, peace and love, peace and love. So I want to speak to that real quick, if I can, MJ. So first of all, I want to apologize to you, right? Because I believe that it was my comment that kind of set off the verbal sparring, that went between you and PhD. First of all, can y'all hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yep, loud and clear.
I made the comment, right, that the only reason why the Thorpe guy was talking to you in the manner that he was talking to you is because you were talking with him in a submissive manner. It wasn't to suggest, that comment was misconstrued, because I wasn't suggesting that you were speaking to him any differently than you speak to anybody else. You speak to everybody the way you speak to everybody, right? I was making a distinction that because of his extreme ideology when it comes to being a racist and being a misogynist, the only way he's going to have a decent conversation with a black woman is if in her conversation she's talking to him in a submissive or docile manner, right? That was the argument that I was trying to make. And the reason why I make that argument is because if you was listening when he first jumped onto the show, before you got there, I believe, he was having a conversation with PH Diva. But before he was even having a conversation with PH Diva, he jumped on there and he started spewing a whole bunch of false narratives about Black women. First, he started mentioning the dating app issue about Black women being the least desired. Then he said that, well, I got a whole bunch of attractive, intelligent Black women who are swiping on me, but I don't like them because they all got attitudes and, you know, they all are pretty much calling all Black women H's, right? Very disrespectful and denigrating towards Black women, while PH Diva was on the panel, right? So PH Diva, she knew the timing that he was on. Everybody knows the timing that these racist, misogynist idiots are on when they jump on a panel. That's the issue that I had with Cuzzo, right? Because the way I feel is they should not have the platform to do that.
No, I mean, I understand. And listen, I accept your apology, but as you know, I don't, I talk to everybody the same, right? Like, and I just like I was explaining the rest of the gentlemen on the panel is that I don't have to be disrespectful to anyone unless they get disrespectful to me. My only issue about the situation is that I can literally see women in this space who will see another woman get disrespected by the men in this space, and they are not jumping up there with their fucking capes on to berate the person that's disrespecting this woman. They're not doing that, right? They'll sit back, be quiet, and if they even think that that woman deserve it, they're going to sit back and be quiet more. So I just found it very. So I found it. Yeah, go ahead.
The issue that I have, MJ, is that y'all shouldn't have to do that. That's my issue, right? It should not be the Black woman that have to get on a platform and defend themselves against these racist misogynists or these rim brother misogynists, right? It should be strong Black men. That's my issue, right? So when it came to the issue of you and a woman, I stay out of that, right? Because that's woman issues. Y'all got to work that out, right? It was kind of unfortunate that my comment that I made was misconstrued, and I think that's what kind of led to the little back and forth that y'all had. But I think y'all good. Y'all just had a little back and forth. That happens, right?
Well, I mean, like I said, I don't have no problems with her, but I don't like anybody saying that I'm a mammy, because that's one thing and I'm not. And a lot of things is being said in reference about my son in the chat due to the simple fact that my son is not a product of a Black man. But it's sad, is and unfortunate that because they took what you were saying as if I was doing it because this man was white and not because it's my personality and my character, period, that it was giving them an opportunity to use that as a way to dig at other things that they have issues about me with. You understand?
That's why I apologize, right?
And that's what I see a lot when it comes down. No, don't worry about it, Brownsville. That's why I see a lot when it comes down within these spaces, is that people wait for an opportunity in the open to bring up the things that they really have an issue with. They don't really stay on the things that they said that they have a problem with. Because even when I initially came up, the first time, there was a little bit of tension there, which I thought that was just kind of weird and funny. I don't know what exactly is going on, but I have no time for it. I don't have no time for the messiness, really.
Well, these spaces are kind of meant to draw lines in the sand. I don't think anybody realizes that. These different sections that we always talk about, these are people coming up with their own culture. And in the culture on Sharon's channel is women first. Got to give respect for the women. But if you've been on different channels, the genders kind of get how women get treated on different channels depends on where you're at. But for the most part, they try to make it like equals. Like our women don't need protecting. That's
I wanna correct
it's
you
a
on
very
that, right?
contradicting. It's very contradicting because
But
they
Jack,
don't need
that's not the
protecting,
culture
but
of
they do.
SBG. The culture of SBG isn't women first, Jack. The culture of SBG is strong men first, right? And strong men don't compete with women, don't compare themselves with women. They handle themselves with a certain level of decorum when they're conversating with women and when they're talking about women, right?
But do
That's the
strong men
culture of SBG.
but do strong men defend strong women? That's one of the problems that
Men
we
defend
come up
all
against in
women.
these.
Strong
Well,
men
some women don't
defend
want to be
all women,
defended.
Jack.
Some
That's
women
the
don't want to be
issue.
defended.
But if the woman tells you she doesn't want to be defended, that's one thing, right? But just to assume that women don't want to be defended is, to me, the weakness within a man, right? Because if a racist misogynist gets on a platform and just starts disrespecting black women, and then black men just stay
Yeah, that
idle
was hard to
and
watch.
allow black women to defend themselves against racist misogynists, that shows me the weakness within black men. And that's the issue
But
that I have.
PhD Diva has well, if we're talking about PhD Diva, she's never ever said she wanted to be defended. I don't think she wants to be defended. I think she wants to stand on her own, show that she can
Strong
handle her
woman.
own
No,
against
Jack,
these guys.
listen, she's just a strong woman. The reason why the woman in this space, specifically in the chat, they champion PhD Diva is because she just is strong enough to take on the racist misogynist and to take on the rim brother misogynist, right?
I
She's
agree.
not just going to allow them to just run over her and run over black women, right? And the culture that you're talking about that's created in this space is a culture with a foundation of hatred towards women, specifically black women, right? That is the culture of this space, not the SBG network, but the entire space. And what the SBG
I don't agree
network,
with that.
what it
I don't
is,
agree with that.
it don't matter
It's
what you.
not.
So show me a channel where it's not happening.
Arano or Hemp. I don't know if Hemp is really the
So the
space,
last
but
time I
even
was in
Cheeky.
Aaron O space, there was a brother by the name of the Red Pill Ranger, right? He was just openly disrespectful to a black woman for no apparent reason. So don't
Are you
tell
talking about
me,
Venus?
yes, you know who I'm talking about. You was there. So what I'm
I might have
saying,
been.
Jack,
No, I remember you bringing it up, but I think they got some previous beef from some other places, so
but I
I
don't
really don't know
care.
what that is.
But what I'm saying is, he jumped on the panel and immediately went on attack. As soon as it's like, as soon as I see this woman, bam, I'm a punch her in the face.
Actually, now that I think about it, I'm gonna remove Aaron from that because he does kind of have a stance of nobody needs protecting. If they want to leave, they can leave. If they want to have a conversation, they have. So I would say probably more. Actually, now that I think about it, this space is really gender neutral. If you think about it, it's if you want to get up here and talk shit, you can get up here and talk shit. You just got to be able to stand your ground. Don't expect somebody to come save you because we can't do nothing behind these boxes besides yell and scream at each other.
We're talking about the red pill. When we talk about the red pill, we talking about men. When we talking about the incels, we talking about men. When we talking about the man no spirit, we're talking about men, Jack, not women. And what do those three groups got in common? They have some sort of rejection anxiety that they're suffering from, some sort of sensitivity within their own insecurities, their own failures, that allows them the unmitigated gall to get online and just disparage women, disrespect women, and denigrate women, create false narratives about women, right? To the point that these degenerate, racist white dudes are listening to it and they're hearing it, and now they're trying to infiltrate the space and spew the same remedial rhetoric.
But Brownsville, aren't women allowed to defend themselves? Aren't they allowed to speak up for themselves? Isn't that the whole purpose of having these conversations? So if women could talk, they can speak up for themselves. I mean, they always say we can't speak for women, so you let the women speak. If they, that's how
That's
it
the
goes,
issue,
right?
right? Yes,
That's why it's getting ridiculous.
women can take up for themselves, and they should take up for themselves. But black men shouldn't say, "Oh, take up for yourself." If I'm out, right, and I'm seeing a man just beating on a woman, I don't care. Yes,
That's
I
different,
spent the
Brownsville. That's
majority.
that's
Hold on,
different. That's
let me
that's
land it,
different.
Jack, because it's not different. It's not different because there's a spectrum of aggressive behavior in regards to men when it comes to women, right? If a man is weak enough to get online and just cuss a woman out and be real aggressive with her online, that same man will be capable of doing it in person.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just
It's
saying.
not what I'm saying, Jack. So I'm the same person online, real life. Like what you're saying is people be putting on the characters and they just playing and all this stuff. No, my life ain't a game. So when whether I'm in real life doing my thing or I'm online, I'm the same person. So if I see something that's out of character, if I see somebody just totally out of left field disrespecting a woman, I'm gonna be like, yo, what's up with you, man? What's your problem? You know what I'm saying? And what I need to start asking these men is, hey, are you on your cycle today? Is this your time of the month?
Well, that's a difficult line to draw.
What's going on? Because we
That's a difficult
understand.
line to
Listen,
draw, Brownsville.
no, but
It
here's the
Because
is.
thing, right?
now you deciding when it's okay to assume and then when it's not okay to assume. Yeah, you going in and out too, by the way. Like when you first start talking,
I
can
thought
nobody
that
hear you?
was just me. I thought that was my internet
Yeah,
connection. Yeah, Brownsville, you were going in and out. But
you
like I was
think you know
saying,
right now.
it is really hard to draw a line on who needs protecting, who doesn't want to be protected, who wants to come up here and have the argument. It's a really difficult line because not every woman's the same, and some women are up there to talk shit and get some beef back or get some stuff back or some.
Get some
So
get back.
that's a
You right?
very
Get some lick back. That's what you're doing.
so it's like, what do you want? Most men, we kind of sit back and see what's what, right? See is if she needs protection. Like most women, like women like MJ, when she comes on a panel and she gets attacked unnecessarily, she's like one of the first people to get defended because we know she's not like that, and most men don't want to
Mm-hmm.
see that. But when you
Mm-hmm.
have a person like Venus or PhD Diva where they can hold their own, it is really hard to not let them to not let them go off and get what they got off their chest because they can articulate themselves and they handle the pushback. So it's
Listen,
like,
all right, I forgot I was on somebody else's channel. I was about to say some shit. First of all, I'll just say this: both of them is disrespectful as fuck. They disrespectful as fuck. That part, like she was whoever the fuck. What was that? Jack, Big J that was up there. She was talking about. He brought up the fact that PhD was on JP channel. She says I this that the third the shit out of JP and dropped him on his channel. You understand how fucking disrespectful that is? Like this just extremely disrespectful. I had one conversation other than being on somebody's panel and being cordial with Venus. So automatically accusing somebody of abusing her. And this was fucking 2.5, if not 3 years ago. Like, so it's not just that they can hold their own. People have seen how disrespectful they are, and then nobody's watching no disrespectful chick and think I'm about to put myself in danger in any way, shape, or form for some disrespectful ass motherfucker. Same way a nigga not putting his life on the line for some disrespectful ass nigga that always got some bullshit going on. It gets to a point where you're not worthy of protection, and it just is what it is.
But see, can y'all hear me?
Barely, unless that's me. I don't know.
No, you sound low.
I sound low.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
sound low like you're away from your phone.
like you're not near the mic, like you got a head, like if you got headphones on, you might have the mic away from your face.
See, my whole thing is that I don't think that disrespect should just be
in conversations, right?
It's
Especially
unnecessary.
when you're having panel. Now I know that there is certain places and there's a time and a need for people to get things out, get things off their chest and stuff like that. But I think that the level of disrespect becomes unnecessary and unwarranted, and then it becomes very toxic. And I just think it's poor. It's just poor behavior, really. And this is why with me, I tried, like, the first thing I do is try to be respectful to everyone. Now, later on down the road, if I'm still getting disrespected, I'm still disrespected, yeah, I'll let it slide because it doesn't really bother me per se, whatever. But then after a while, when I see that you're just adamantly doing it because you think that me holding frame and me knowing how to hold my composure is weakness, then you're going to see another side of me that a lot of people is not going to like.
Am I better now?
Yeah, mildly, but
Yes.
you know. Yeah.
I had to figure out these settings, man. Some crazy settings over here. But here's the thing, right? And I'm gonna make this point. Even MJ, right? Who comes on the panel, very respectful, here for the conversation, right? And
Always.
people was utilizing her, right, as a weapon to go after the dude that she was dating, right? And to the point to where now that she's no longer dating him, they still will come up to her, disrespect her. Oh, super MJ this. Oh, this and that. Y'all can't tell me that y'all haven't heard this rhetoric.
Mm-hmm.
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 So
Absolutely.
what I'm saying is, so it's not isolated to, oh well, these women, they're just, aggressive and all these different kind of things. No, the space is aggressive towards women, right? And then there's certain women who have decided that, you know what, I'm not going to take this aggression no more. I'm going to start, showing them that I can, dish it as well. And they're going to have to start taking some punishment. You know what I'm saying? It's like women fighting back. Like you you can't blame a woman who has been battered and abused, and then after she's had enough abuse, then she decides to get a shotgun and delete her abuser. Now you want to blame her? That, to
No.
me, that's disingenuous, right?
Yeah, I literally was up here earlier saying I don't understand. It doesn't make sense to me because even when she came on her channel where we are now, and she aired out her, the stuff that was going on, and she was talking what she was talking. I'm like, it's justified because the first time I'm hearing her name is when the person that we're talking about is saying crazy stuff to grape a child, and it's another lady saying MJFUB, and I'm like, what the fuck is MJ? I didn't even know the nigga was in a relationship. You know what I'm saying? So it was me addressing him and hearing about her, and I've been hearing about her ever since. And I'm just like, okay, when I see her talk, I don't see no disrespectful person. So I don't get it. So yeah, but if somebody hop up on a panel and they're attacking a lot of the women in this space, I'm gonna say something because they don't do nothing. You may not know her, but Courtney Michelle came up on the panel. The nigga Beans was on the same panel. This was back when we was cool. He going at her for nothing. I'm like, nigga, what the fuck is your, like? What you going? Like, what you doing? I don't sit there and allow that, especially not on my panel. And I barely even go live now. So the people I'm talking about, this was in reference to what Jack was saying. There's those two people are aggressive. Venus and Peace Diva is very disrespectful, extremely disrespectful. Have been for a minute, for at least a year and a half, 2 years. Well, Venus for 2.5 years. So that would be a reason somebody don't come up there and defend them. But back to the original deal, when you seen those two white guys, same ones that was acting crazy 15, 20 minutes, if not 30 minutes before then, when they was talking to her, it was a completely different response. So you got to look at the behavior of the people we talking about. PhD even made it her business. She wasn't gonna let him talk. You can't antagonize a male, racist or not, and think he's not going to buck up. That's what they do. That's what all males do. I don't understand.
That's what make those men weak and no good suckers, right? Because I don't care. Listen, I'm not going to allow if I'm in person, right, and it's just a dude and it's a whole bunch of women that I care about there, and this dude is just talking all crazy and reckless about women, saying, "Oh, all women are H's," and these women, they so promiscuous and they're the least desired and all these different kind of things. I'm gonna be like, "Yo, man, I don't know why you think you could say that, but you need to pipe down." And that's what strong men do, world class. Strong men protect the self-esteem and image of women. Strong men protect the mental health and the emotional health of women. That's why MJ having that topic about ADHD, right? Because we just expect our woman to be superwoman, right? Oh, they need to protect themselves and they need to do X, Y, Z. No, it's time for strong men to step up and say, you know what? Nah, we not going to tolerate our woman being used and abused in this manner.
Brownsville.
Not by anybody.
Brownsville. We both know that the word man and the word woman does not apply to somebody that just ain't died for 30 or 40 years. There's a level of decorum and behavior, a standard of behavior that comes with that. And you got to meet that. Just because you ain't died for 30, 40 years don't mean you're a woman or a man. You just here, acting a goddamn ass, hollering and screaming as often as you can and being as disrespectful as often as you can. That's not a woman just because you ain't died. And we're not tolerating that. That time is over. We don't let the males get away with it. And if the women are, because here's the thing with the men, you keep saying that they're competing with women. If the women are not going to step up and hold them accountable, somebody got to do it. And that's what they've been telling you since you've been here. You don't want to listen. They're not. Women, MJ is not going to go on no tirade and say, hey, y'all need to stop treating these men and talking to these men. She's not going to do it. So the men are going to do it. And it's just somebody has to do it because the children can't do it and the dead can't do it. And the elders don't know how to work the internet. So they
why would MJ do that when they're abusing her?
I never argued that she should. I'm just saying that she's not, and other women are not. So the men are doing it. They're gonna so-called check the women on the internet or in real life. It is what that behavior got to get checked by somebody.
What? So here's the thing, right? So you're saying in a space that's dedicated for disrespecting women and being misogynistic,
Let's say that's true. Let's say that's what this space is for. Go ahead. Let's say that's true. Okay, let's say that's true. Go ahead.
It don't matter like what channel you go to, you're gonna hear it, right? So in a space that's dedicated for that, right? We're gonna also say, well, in that same type of space, we need women to either be docile, and if women aren't being docile, then we're gonna need women to tell them to be docile. I don't understand how that makes sense to you.
Okay, let's say all of that is true. They are in a space where it's about degrading women or whatever, and they're here, right? You come into my house and you expect me to say something to you, and that makes sense to you?
It's your house,
start over.
That's a false equivalency.
Start
yes,
over.
In your house, okay, right?
Yeah.
In your house, world class. To your point, you have a right to do whatever you want to do because that's your house, right? But in a community, right, that's open for anyone to join, as you said, there should be a certain level of decorum, right? And we can't only just put the decorum standards on women, right? When men have been out of order for years in this space. So now we want to apply standards to women to be docile and have decorum and have respect for these degenerate men.
Your words were, this is a space for degenerate men. If I go to a liquor store, I don't expect it to be filled with a bunch of sober people that haven't ever drank. That's crazy to expect the place that you say is degenerate to do anything other than continue to be degenerate. That's just going off and giving you everything that you said that you witnessed. That's not pushing back on none of it. Why would you expect anything other than that? That's just the expectations is crazy.
Right. And that's the same reason why, like, people was criticizing Rosa Parks and other civil rights leaders for, standing up against the oppression they was dealing with, right? Because we're gonna say, well, hey, if they're gonna use and abuse you when you get on that bus, why get on that bus? Why don't you just take a different route, right? No. What they said is, hey, no, we're going to force these people to change their behavior and change their ideology and see us as humans just like they see themselves, right? And I believe that the women who come over here and participate in these conversations, they want to be seen the exact same way. They want to be seen as a lady. They want to be seen as intelligent. They want to be seen as having value. And they want to be treated with the same level of human decency that these men will treat other men.
Right. So Rosa Parks, right? Bus incident. Let's see when that happened. Let's see. Bus date. That happened December 1st, 1955. 1955. That is 45 plus 24, 69 years. You think they look at us any different, my friend? Huh? Say one more again.
I'm not understanding your question.
The Rosa Parks thing that you referenced, because you said the reason the women coming over here, they want to be seen as equal, et cetera, et cetera. Do you think they look at us equal 69 years later? Did it work? You keep your mic is low.
Are you speaking about white people when you ask me that question?
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. You equated. I mean, these are the people you equating to the Rim brothers, right?
So that's a good question, right? And the
Yeah,
answer
absolutely.
is, in open public, they don't have a choice.
Who don't? The white people? Oh yeah.
Like us, even if they don't like us, even if they don't respect us personally, they have no choice in public to deal with us with a certain level of decorum.
What you watch that white man do today in public? That's today.
That's what I'm
Then he's
saying,
the
right?
father of a daughter that did it before on your cousin channel. What you watch? Let me know. Maybe I'm tripping.
They're degenerates, right? And what did I say?
Uh-huh.
What did I say?
You said they're degenerates, but you also said this space is degenerate. So you're gonna come to a space. You from your words, you expect the people who are in this space that are degenerates that go against women to come and stop being degenerates towards women. Cause why again?
Because
You gonna force them to stop when they not? Well, your reference was Rosa Parks, and you watch white people do it today on your
Let
cousin
me
shit.
answer the question. Let
Okay,
me
go
answer
ahead.
the question. If
Yeah, you gotta
more
remember you breaking it out. I can't hear you sometimes. Go ahead. Say it again.
It's going in and out. You sound
Yeah,
better
it's
now.
Yeah.
Man, I thought I had these settings fixed.
Oh, right there, right there. Whatever setting that is, don't even move it. Nope, can't hear you. You're lower. You're low again.
Let me fix it.
If you got headphones
So
on, that would pick them up.
I understand both of you gentlemen's perspective, right? Because one thing is, you're right, world class. Women have to decide not to be around what they don't want to be around, right? And then I understand where Brownsville is stating, if men are inviting women into their spaces, then you're letting them know that you're well, I guess you're giving the image of that they're accepted and that you want to have the conversation with them. So why not treat them in that way? Why lure them into your space as if they're going into a good faith conversation when in fact they're being set up to be attacked or degraded or to look as if they're being they don't know what they're talking about, right? So I understand both points. I guess what Brownsville don't understand about a lot about the space is either that a lot of the channels that you're seeing are flipped red pill channels, right? Like these are men who were heavily in red pill, heavily manosphere, and once the FBI started getting involved, they decided to shift the mood and made it more female friendly. So it wouldn't be deemed, their channels wouldn't be deemed as a he-man woman hatings club. And the problem is that now when women are thinking that they're more both gender accepted spaces, in fact, what women are realizing is that they're not, that they still have their same tactics, they still have their same beliefs, and the same way how they address women, and they're moving in that way. And this is why we will have these situations where women are on the panel where it seems like they're fighting for their life because they thought that they were not behind enemy lines, when in fact they literally walked right in the lion's den. So then that goes back to talking about women's discernment, right? Where you have to realize that a lot of things ain't what it seems. And then once we do get that knowledge to know that this is not where I want to be and this is not the place where I think that I'm going to be valued at, that we have to do our due diligence and remove ourselves. If not, then we're going to just pretty much have to continue to deal with or whatever people allow within their space and on their channel.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I think what Jack was saying is this is closer to a neutral space, right? And then when we talk about those guys that are setting up those weird panels, it's about 2-3 people we can name that's doing that. Well, 2 or 3 channels is coming from. It's, you can narrow them guys down to those couple channels and a couple of idiots that be on their panels, and that's it. It's not as big as people want it to be. And you have to understand that those guys that are whatever, red pill, incel, manosphere, that whole deal, that's one part. That's one part. Outside of them, real men have problems with the stuff that women are doing, and they have legitimate gripes, and it's not going to go away because y'all not at the place to address it. And I've been in this space long enough to see a Brownsville turn into a fatty because the stuff that we told him he didn't want to believe, and then it happened to him. So I'm just going to be patient. I don't want it to happen to nobody, but there's men that have legitimate issues and you can even see, and that's why I'm like, the women that are neutral, you can have conversations with. They'll say this shit. They've been saying this. So it's not like we making it up. There's men that have legitimate issues with what women are doing, and then you have men like, well, it's not too many men like me in this space. I address these niggas in the stuff that they say, drag the fuck out of them, all of them. About 30 something of them at this point, males, I'm saying, that I've addressed and the fuck shit that they do. So I mean,
I understand that I'll definitely believe that there were men who came in here in good faith, good intentions, who did come in here as Brownsville and then ended up like other men that we were not named, because this is not that type of channel, but other men in these spaces. But then the same will be said for all the same type of women who are perceived the hard, disrespectful, unruly women also in a space. They also came in probably what people will perceive me being docile and submissive, which I don't understand why, because I always speak my mind and nobody changed what I think. It's just, but I don't know. That is perceived as being docile and submissive. But women have came up in here with my same type of temperament, and they have now realized that that was a failed experiment, and they turned into what we will see when PhD even want to go, drag somebody, you know what I'm saying? And so we can say that both things has happened. And that's why my advocacy has always been that we just need to be treating each other with respect off the top. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that.
So we don't have to create any more people that's turning to the other side due to their experiences, because then all we're doing is just adding to the cycle. And I thought that's what these conversations and these panels and stuff was about. Yes, it's about the fuck shit. We know some spaces are all about the fuck shit, but then the ones who are saying that they're not about the fuck shit and they really actually want to make an impact, we have to uphold that. We have to uphold that, because if we don't, then you can't. You can't sit up there on your panel and say, "Hey, you know, this is wrong," but you participate in the bullshit, right?
Yeah.
You really just can't do that. You know, and I know a lot of people love to make excuses as into why they participate in the bullshit. Some are honest. I ain't gonna front. Some are honest. Some will say, "Listen, I'm for the bullshit. I'm here for the bullshit."
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Better.
Yes.
Sound like it so far.
I don't know. I can't figure out these settings.
No, you
on this,
good. You good. You good,
restream.
Bradville?
But,
You good right now?
I'm a respond to what World Class said, right?
Okay, sure.
Because he said, well, he's seen, you know, people get up here like Brownsville and they end up like Fatty. You know what I'm saying? And those people that you've seen, World Class, they was just putting on a facade. They was just wearing a mask, right? They were really fatty in their real life. They put on a mask as if they was Brownsville, right? So finally, yes, when the mask came off, then you seen the true self be revealed, right? That's the issue that I have with weak men. It's like, for me, you should just be yourself, be true to yourself and true to your own values, right? If you value women, then that's how you should be expressing and communicating, right? The same way I communicate with women in my real life is the same way I communicate with women online, right? It shouldn't be no difference or distinction, right? I don't get no extra brownie points for showing that I can conquer a woman, or I could win an argument with a woman, or all of those different kind of things these weak men do in this space, right? Like, why do I have to get some type of gratification to correct a woman when she wrong, right? I don't got to do that. I don't do that in my real life, right? If my wife is wrong, I'm not going to call her a hypocrite or, you know, do something that could hurt her self-esteem or self-confidence. I'm going to correct her, but I'm going to do it with benevolence, right? I'm going to do it in a way that's decent and in order, that's building her up instead of tearing her down. See, that's what strong men do for women, right? But y'all in this space, y'all call that simping. Y'all call that pandering, right? Which is crazy to me, because I'm from the hood, right? And even the men that would be called degenerates back then from the hood, right? The killers, the drug dealers, the dudes that you didn't want to play with, they even handled themselves with a certain level of decorum when they was around women and talking to women. They wasn't talking to women the way they were talking to men. They weren't handling women the way they were handling men. This is some soft guy era stuff. This is some weak men era stuff. This is some house husband stuff, right? When I joined the military a long time ago, it wasn't more black women than it is black men. It was more black men than it was black women, right? Now we standing in a time, World Class, where if World War III was to break out, or if a serious war was to break out, guess what? It'd be more of our black women in the front lines handling business than black men. That's ridiculous to me, that men are deciding to opt out and bow out of protection and defense. And we're putting our women up front to be our defenders and our protectors, right? And what Jack said, oh, well, this woman, she knows how to protect herself, so I'm just going to let her do her thing against a racist misogynist. Victor Hart, who's in the chat, he said the most craziest thing. Well, I can't say the most craziest thing, but it's one of the most craziest things I ever heard. He mentioned, World Class, listen to this, right? He said, if my wife, right, if she's wearing something that I don't approve of, and she go to the gas station, and a man decides to take her virtue away by raping her, right? She got what she deserved.
He
Hart
said,
said
what?
He said, if my wife goes to a gas station and I told her to put something on, but then she decides to put something a little more revealing on, and then she goes out to the gas station and men decided to grape her, then she got what she deserved because she didn't listen to me. Type of misogyny that this space is known of. And you know this, world class, because listen, I seen you over there on the BMU network. Those dudes are misogynists, man. All of them that's over there. And when
Yeah,
they
that's how I got
have
to the spaces from his channel. I only came over to this space from his channel. That's why I met everybody else.
and what I'm saying is those guys are misogynists. All of them, right? They look at women at a certain type of level, right? And any woman that is opinionated, any woman that look at herself as autonomous, right? Any woman that is saying, well, you know what? I want to have the ability, the authority to, give you some input or give you some emphasis on the decision making and all those things. They consider those type of women extreme. They consider those type of women, as not marriageable, right? Because they're not submissive enough. You've heard those conversations because every time I tune into the BMU network, those are the types of conversations that I'm hearing from these brothers. And it ain't just them, right? It's all of these channels in this particular space, right? They all speak in that type of misogynistic way, pushing a woman down. As soon as a woman make a mistake, just like Venus did, they gonna do shows to push her down because what they're interested in is tearing a woman's confidence down. And I seen it with MJ as well. As soon as her public relationship didn't go the way she wanted it to go, right? They waited for an opportunity to try to say some things to tear her confidence down and destroy her confidence. And they wanted her to have a breakdown. And they was cheering on for her to have a breakdown, right? And everybody was tuning in. Oh, she gonna have a breakdown. She gonna have to run away from this space. And if she don't run away from this space, every time I see her, I'm gonna call her Super MJ. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say that, right? These men, they get some type of gratification from tearing the self-esteem of our black woman down, and I'm sick of it, man. And I need more strong men to be sick of it. Where's your backbone, brothers? Stand up and say something when you see this nonsense going on. Or you just a weak type of brother that even if you see it going on in your real everyday life, you ain't gonna say nothing. Because that's what Victor Hart and them brothers was saying too. I said, hey man, if you was in a store, right, and a woman was in line in front of you and you didn't know this woman, right? But you can tell by being there that she was talking to the clerk nice and calm and all those different things. And then a racist white dude just runs up in the store and just knocks her out. Boom. What you gonna do as a black man? He said, oh, I'm just gonna step back. I might call the police. You ain't gonna even interfere in that moment and try to help that woman. You gonna just expect that woman to figure out after she get knocked out by some racist, misogynist brute? This is what I mean, world class. Like this space, I'm just tired of the weakness within men, right? And when you got a man that's saying, you know what, it ain't right, y'all treating the woman wrong, and y'all ideology is twisted, then you want to say, oh man, well, that's pandering. That's simping, right? That's craziness to me, man. Like, strong men protect women, period. Know them or not.
Whether you know them or not. Okay. Well, again, When I was young, I had to learn that people don't do stuff for no reason, regardless of whether you agree with it or not. And I stand by that even now at 38. Learned that when I was 7 to 8 years old. I had to learn that. Nobody does anything for no reason. Everybody has a reason for what they're doing it for, whether you agree with it or not. So the stuff that you're saying that they're doing, they have a reason for doing it. And they're going to continue to call you a panderer, which I've said that's not really what that word means, until you, and again, it's almost narcissistic, until you show the same level of empathy, because your empathy is not gender-based. Empathy isn't gender-based. Same level of empathy for the women, for these people that are saying something, because some of these dudes are savable, but your rhetoric will only antagonize it, and it will only get worse. I promise you, the more you speak, the worse it's going to get. I promise you, it's not going to get better. They're going to continue to do
You're
it.
saying you're saying that these men are doing this for a reason, right?
They got
So
a
let me
reason.
ask you this, world class,
Mhm.
right? So what would be the reason behind these men who don't know MJ, right? Never met her in real life, don't know nothing about her. What would be the reason for these men to jump online and call her Super MJ?
Likelihood, some girl hurt them for some reason, whether she was in the right or not. That's the
Gives
reason.
him a right, so that gives him the right to
Hey,
disparage and disrespect MJ.
we got to know what words mean. I said it's a reason. I didn't say give them a right, whether it was
You
her
know,
fault or
that was
not.
a question.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying to give them a right. No, we doing it for a reason though.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have their reasons. Some people do it because it's good content. Some people do it because it's entertainment. Some people do it because they want to be messy and start more conflict. I mean, that's what I'm realizing. What a lot of this stuff is like per se, it is always hidden agendas to a lot of things that people do online. But then that goes back to, your statement again, world class, because if that's the case, then you can see why even Venus herself wants to remove herself from the space. You can see why I want to remove myself from the space, right? Because that's all I can do. I'm not going to change anybody's opinion of me or anything like that. In fact, I don't want to. I want you to believe whatever you want to believe. So I just don't have to be bothered with you. But then what we have is that now people are following you, right?
Yeah.
They'll follow you to different places and stuff like that. So it gets really weird, really scary. And I do understand what like Brownsville is saying, because in a way it's like when we notice, okay, how can I put it? Like your argument is that some women, they put themselves in a situation where they are being disrespected in that way, especially if they want to go toe to toe with a man
Yes.
as if they were a man, right?
Mhm.
But then to Brownsville's situation, the reason why he advocates the way that he does is because he sees women who do that and he sees women who don't do that but get the same outcome. So now where would he show compassion and grace at when he are seeing the same people doing it to people who are not doing anything to them? There is no grace to be extended. So that's why for him is like, I'm not going to do it when I seen that someone didn't do anything to you and you violated them. But so you can say all you want, oh, I've been violated before, but yeah, but I actually saw a person that did not violate you and you violated them. So I'm not so now that whole grace is like it goes right out the window.
Oh no, I'm not advocating for no grace. I'm just but when you show
Who's that?
a level of empathy for one and you don't show it for the other, that's antagonistic and that makes people want to false compensate.
I
Or
don't
double
know who
compensate.
this
You got
is.
somebody
I'm
in the back?
so sorry.
Somebody said it's me. Oh, she said it's a song.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. Here we go. There you
My
go.
bad. My camera doesn't work now. I don't know what happened.
Oh, okay. That's not a problem. That's not a problem. I was wondering why you were so quiet and where you went. I thought you just stepped away from your computer. So do you want to jump in? What, because you just came in, Hassan? What do you think about all this? I know, like I said, this is just random topics. So like I said, anybody willing to come up, random topics, we can have the conversation. It is what it is.
I mean, everybody makes good points, you know. And again, when you go on a panel, especially channel, you got to know what you're getting yourself into. You got to watch the channel, understand the people in the panel before you go up there. You know, either you like them or you don't like them. You know, everybody's gonna have a different. Everybody has a different opinion. Like for example, you go on the world class panel, he's gonna blame everything on you.
That's a fact.
So, so when you go up there, you know, everybody's different. You know, if you don't like the channel, don't go there. It's that simple. No one's forcing you to go there. You know,
True.
go up there, make your point. If you have like a great, if you're trying to make a great point or whatever, go up there, say what you got to say, and bounce. You know.
You know what? Sometimes I'll put it like this, Hassan. Sometimes it's really hard, right? Because, like for example, I love going to support Sharon. I love going to support DJ Ham. You know, I like going to certain places. I go to Nida's channel, I go to other people's channel, and I love the support. And you know, the people who probably do have like their little 2 cents, or they want to throw jabs, or they want to be messy and stuff like that, they're there, right? And I don't want to put the pressure. I don't want to force or pressure the people that I go support on their channel to have to, you know, treat me with any special treatment, to be like, oh, okay, well, don't say this about her, or don't do this about her, I'm gonna block you and stuff like that, because I don't want to put people in like my mess, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to put them in a situation where they'll be the ones who would get attacked. They will be the ones that now people are going to be challenging them and pressing them like, oh, well, why you do this and why you do that, blah, 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 right? Because we see how that happened. People use people against each other in these spaces. Like, people can be cool with you and they have no problems with you. And then because they have a problem with somebody else, now all of a sudden they'll hold that person accountable for the issue that they have with that person. And then that puts them in a situation where they have to choose, right? They have to choose sides. And I don't be wanting to do that. So yeah, even when I go to like Hamp channel or Sharon channel, and I know that there's going to be people there who's going to be violating or disrespectful or whatever, not, I do my due diligence just to ignore them and act like they're not there, and just enjoy my time there, and you know, participate with the commentary, because I could be like, yeah, you know what, I'm not gonna go go there anymore, because I know these particular type of people are going to be there. But is that really going to matter if they're literally following me every other place too? Like, I've been to places that the people don't even go to anymore, and I'm finding them there. So it's like, it's like, at the end of the day, the way how this sector and how this space moves is either, you know, you have to have thick skin, you have to ignore, block them, whatever not. Yeah, still decide and choose who you want to go support and whatever not, but that is a part of the space and this dynamic.
But MJ, this is the internet. And it's not just YouTube or this sector or this space. It's the whole internet like that.
Oh yeah, definitely it is.
You know, every sector has their own problems and mess. Maybe.
Oh yeah, trust me.
Yeah.
Okay. I've been in them other sectors. They grimy.
Yeah. And then it's like world class. My bad, world class. It's like where everybody does stuff for a reason. Now it's up to you to listen. Again, agree or disagree with them, but at least give them a chance to explain why they did it. Then you come to your final conclusion after that. You know.
I mean, yeah, you know, I say that even with that, that's with a grain of salt, right? Because you don't have to accept anything for anyone. Like you said, this is the internet. You get to decide whether or not what you want to take in and what you don't want to take in. Some people think that they're giving advice, and other people can tell that they're full of shit. They're not really giving advice. They just finding an aha fucking moment to fucking, you know, feel like they're superior to you in that moment, right? So I will say, to your point, Hassan, like, at the end of the day, if you're going to participate, know what you're participating in. This is what I learned now. I mean, before I was a little bit more greener about the dynamics of the sector, because I'm not originally from this sector. So I'm not as green as I was before. So now I get it. So when I'm very specific about who I show my support, intention, energy, and my money to. I'm really specific now. Like
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me,
Jack.
MJ?
You missed
Is it
me?
low?
You missed me?
A little bit, but not that much. But your story is specifically why men are not going to stop doing what they're doing. You are pretty much the example of what men are trying to tell women when they tell women to pick better, do better, because the men you associate with is going to follow you around. So this is why what happened to you is going to keep happening until it gets across to women that the men that you fuck with will fuck with your life. I mean, on the internet, there is no take backsies. Once you put it out on the internet, it's there forever. And that's kind of how they look at the body count question. Once you go out there and you fuck with all those guys and they bring you all that bullshit into your life, that shit, most people don't want to deal with that. You're going to be the example for that. I mean, when I first even heard of you, because I didn't even know he must not be named. I didn't even know he had a girlfriend. But then you came out of nowhere, and the first time I even heard of you was I was watching what's his face's channel, DJ Witch Doctor, and they did a whole video, and that was the first time I ever saw you, and you were proclaiming to be the person who gives the best heads, and I was like, what the fuck? What is this? I was like, whoa, and then the whole show was like, this is a bad look. I don't know who she is. But I'm like, yeah, this is, I don't know why did she do this? It's like, we were all trying to figure out, like, why did this happen? We know Daryl, or him who should not be named, we know he deserves this shit, but why did she get online and put this video on? It's like, there was a whole discussion about that. I was there for that, but I wasn't really participating like that. But that was the first time I ever heard of you. And then I started seeing you pop up on channels and stuff, and I was like, who are you? I don't know you. Apparently you got a channel and all this stuff. I'm like, that's crazy. I've never even heard of you before. But yeah.
Right, because I wasn't, like I said, Jack, I wasn't a part of this sector. I was, I guess I would say before my relationship, I was in the debate league. So I was mostly over at Suave Debate League, and I was at Goatland with Taz exclusive, and then I was also part of the National Institute of Debate League. Like, I like to watch the young collegiate debaters. That's where I was at. So I wasn't really ever a part of this sector. So most people didn't know me. And then when I had my relationship, most of my time was focused on within that area. So that's when some people started to get to understand who I was. There was a lot of things that transpire. And then also when it led up to what you saw, yeah, not my best moment. But then again, I was how can I put it?
Yeah, you picked the worst.
I was going through a lot. Let's just put it like that. That day I was going through a lot. So we'll put it like that. So
I'm just saying you picked the one guy who had the most enemies, so they was gonna come after you no matter what.
Yeah. But see, that's the thing. But when you don't know, when you don't have when you don't know the real history, and you don't know what really was going on, and these are things that was happening way before I even came into the space, then you're only going off of what is being told, and that can only be like, that's only one-sided. And then yes, I mean, it was a part of the situation. Eventually I kind of realized that everything else that had transpired before and why it was leading to things, it didn't make it any better from when it got to the point where you seen that the video, but it is what it is. But I'm glad that you actually gave me an actual chance to actually really get to know me, and not outside of not my finest moment. And also that whole situation was that was just a joke. Oh, it wasn't a joke. I was saying, like, when I had said funny. That statement,
we had some good laughs on that shit. It was funny.
No, listen.
They kept replaying it. I couldn't.
How can I put it? It was when I said that statement, I said it because it was a way for me to prepare for what was going to be said about me from said individual, right? So I was preparing myself mentally and emotionally by me saying it, so it wouldn't have the impact wouldn't have hurt that as much. You understand what I'm saying? So I know it's just unfortunate that people took that situation and they made a whole fucking song about it. Shout out to DJ Widge. But you know, they made a whole song about it and everything like that.
Come on, that shit was hilarious. Oh my, I couldn't. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be more sensitive, but I'm like, yo,
No, it's
from
okay.
outsiders.
So.
I'm just saying, like, when you don't know shit about what's going on with someone's relationship, and people are just presenting you with information as you see it, you're like, yo, this is wild. Like, she really said that. Like, and then I start to hear you talking stuff, and I'm like, okay, now I'm really confused why she said that. That don't even make sense. Like, was she held at gunpoint? Like that? That's crazy.
How bad you said gunpoint? No. It was no gunpoint. However, it was some dark liquor.
Which dark liquor? So we can ban it.
It was dark liquor. Sorry, my bad.
I agree with that.
Yeah. But you know, it's like I said, what I was saying before, it's just unfortunate, right? Because like I'm not the only situation that happened to. There's so many other people have dealt with very personal you know, situations that had spilled out online, and these things are traveling and following them, and people don't even understand that is a sense of trauma. That doesn't help people to heal, right? And then the first thing they'll say is, oh, why don't you just log off? Well, you know, yes, you can log off and go live your life. I go log off and I live my life all the time. I don't stay online all day. You know what I'm saying? I'm really actually out there doing many different things that I have to take care of. But you don't know the reason why people are even on here. Like some people are on here to you know, make money, whatever not, and that's fine. And other people, this is like you know, a hobby. This is like one of their hobbies when they can't actually just, you know, go out whatever at that moment or something like that. Or if they're homebodies, some people don't like to go out all the time, and this was another avenue, you know, for them to still interact with people but still be in the comfort of their home. So it's just unfortunate where there's situations like that that occur, and that follows them and travels them, and then now, especially in this space, people they'll use that against you, and then they'll have an attitude and a problem with you. And the first thing you'll say is, wait a minute, what did any of that even have the fuck to do with you and to begin with, to be mad at somebody about? You know, so it's just like
this is the correction.
So you agree?
Hold
with
on,
us?
quick, yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Go ahead.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, you good. So this is the correction for that, right? Because what you just explained is what they say why Fight Club started.
Oh.
Right. Yeah. Precisely what you said is, you know, so they was doing, like, I think Anton Daniel started it, but the thing is, they had this thing called Lapeef, and they could have been on that same channel doing the same thing.
Well, see, I'm on Lapeef now, so I just recently just learned about some of the history about Lapeef. I didn't know everything about the history that would happen or transpired at Lapeef. I mean, right now when I go over now, it seems pretty cool.
Yeah. So you see that? So that right there, the people, a lot of this degeneracy, these exact people that we're talking about, they were interacting with Lapeef, and they were not. And this is I don't care what nobody else tell you. I've been saying this for a while. They were not mature enough to be on Lapeef and be themselves. So they had Fight Club made, and that's where the degeneracy grew. And the people, specific people, and you can see it clearly now, because as mature as it is now, it was like that before, and that was a little rough because you had a couple viral situations with about 4 or 5 people, JP being one of them, on Lapeef. But generally, it's as mature as it is now, right? And that's why nobody go over there, nobody watch it, because y'all immature. So y'all go to Fight Club, and then the club is closed, and now they just trying to continue the degeneracy. And the people that be following you in their little horde, both of them have a serious problem that stems back to Lapeef, because what Lapeef was in the beginning, where they originated from, a lot of very attractive women were there, and again, they were not mature enough to be up there to have those conversations with those women that know what they want, and them niggas was not it, except for one of them who you were you were with for a minute. So they have a problem with that person because women like yourself don't really deal with them like that unless it's money involved. And I'm sorry to be direct, but that's just how I know how to talk, and that's just what it is. And that's what goes on, because it's like a trigger for them when it's like, look at this space. So many conversations about relationships. Then relationships happen and it's a negative and you ready to tag it and use it against somebody. Let me keep your shit a stack. Sucking
That
dick
is the irony of it all. I thought about that too, because it's like, wait a minute. Oh, y'all all day, y'all want to talk about dick and pussy conversations and relationships and how people get together, but then almost every relationship that have actually happened in this space, every single one of them been attacked.
It's people that have
Every single one of them has been
Not all of them.
attacked
Damn
and
near all of them.
scrutinized
I'm
and
not
broken
gonna
to
deny that.
pieces.
I
Hey,
mean,
Jack,
I've
if it's
seen
not
it.
every
Married,
relationship,
straight.
if it's not every relationship, it's every person that may not. It could be every person in those relationships. I can name a few people
No,
that.
I get that.
Yeah.
No, I was just about to say, nah, Anton would, and I was like, oh, nah, they came out later. And so I was about to start listing them off, but then I thought about it, I was like, nah, yeah, you're right. They tag everybody.
Jack, it's so bad. It's
if you're
so
gonna end
bad
up,
that it's not. It's
Oh,
not
you
only.
hanging up, Hassan?
No. I was about to say, if you guys end up in a relationship with somebody in this space, don't talk about
Don't
it.
tell nobody
Keep
nothing.
it between you two.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. You listen. As a word of advice, I would just say, don't
At all.
Don't at all. But
At all.
then, if you still do, just keep it offline.
Still
Keep it
deny that shit.
offline.
It's so
Only
bad
if
that
it
they
goes
attack
strong for like 18 months and y'all like keeping it on the low for like 18 months and then secretly get married, do that shit. But don't pull up like a JP in Florida and get married in like 2 weeks type shit and then be divorced like 2 weeks later type shit, because that was some other shit that took the
I just think I
That's
think it
wild.
would just be safer offline, especially with this space, right? Because we've seen content creators get married or have a marriage with another content creator on YouTube. But there, you notice how those successful couples are not in this particular type of space. This is why they're still able to maintain their marriage and also have a marriage or couple business while they're both content creators, right? Like, I know y'all heard of Erin on Demand, right? Well, Erin on Demand is a beautiful woman. Her husband and her are, they're both content creators. They're both have very highly successful channels, over 100,000 subscribers. They're both millionaires and they both work together, and they're not, but here's the thing, they're not in our space. They're not in a space where somebody's going to attack her or attack him or attack or send somebody to attack them to talk about this or to talk about that. They're not into that. That's not even what the concept of their shows is about. Their concept of their shows is about how to be I guess how to do videos better, or their business that they have offline, which is like some products or something like that. So they they gear their content towards that. It's not about this messy gossip thing. And I think that that's a big problem when it comes down in this space, because a lot of this in the space, we treat all of us who are just regular smuggler civilians, we're literally being spoken about and
This space has a
dissected and
ceiling.
pulled apart like celebrities.
You got look at that, MJ. Yesterday was about Shannon Sharp. That was the biggest story in the world, and then we ended up stopping and talking about people in this space. Like,
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, exactly. You got Shannon Sharp. We got Shannon Sharp sitting up there growling like he's in the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. We got that as one
Can
of
I
the
ask a
biggest
question, though?
shows. Huh?
Can I ask a question? Did anybody even give a shit about whatever the fuck Shannon Sharp had going on? That was literally one of those moments where somebody come up and say something really important, and then you're like, man, get that shit out of here. As we were. Now I said this bitch right here. Like, that was literally, like, because, come on, you can only talk about celebrities and people you don't give a shit about, them getting caught doing some stupid shit you don't give a fuck about, before you just say, oh, no, that is less interesting than, you said who about what? They got drunk? See, that's what happened.
From a conversation standpoint, maybe, but from a YouTube content creator standpoint, you got people that's going to be coming in every hour, thousands of people coming in every hour to hear the new news or the good 2 cents in. And a lot of people, most of YouTube don't know about the space that we in, lives and being on panels and stuff like that. They don't even know. Like they'll may get the live just because they was looking for Shannon Sharp and they Googled it and hop up on the
Right.
salon
They
panel and
don't.
then they talking about this. Who the hell is this Venus person? Who is this fatty person? What are they yelling about? But
Yeah.
Shannon Sharp is in the title.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the
Yeah.
problem too, because I guess because a lot of us are sharing each other's viewerships.
Yeah.
So everybody is they can run to different people's channels to hear the perspective because they already have some idea about what's really going on in the space, right? So that becomes more entertaining than actually speaking about celebrities. You're not really caring about celebrities. You're not going to be the celebrities we talking about. You're probably never going to really ever see your rest of your life. You're not going to really ever be associated with them. You're not going to go out and drinks and go party with them. So I think it makes it more real. And that's why the panels, people do enjoy the panels because it actually makes it more real. Like we're connected, but we're not close. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, but most of these topics are just jump off points to have DMP conversations. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Anytime any big crazy story come out, I go there expecting them to start off talking about whatever the fuck they talking about, and then it to devolve into a dick and pussy conversation or a beef or some shit. And that's what people in this space want. It's like, yeah, Mr. Rogers, he had a neighborhood, but then you go there and they at first they're talking about Mr. Rogers, but then they're talking about how Mr. Rogers got his ass beat by, and then before you know it, you ain't even talking about whatever the fuck everybody else is talking about. That started the conversation, but that's what you go there for because you want to hear a different take on what everybody else is going to be saying the same thing over and over. That's just how it works.
Yeah.
This is the sexual frustration sector.
It is the circle of frustration. Oh my god!
I agree.
The sexual frustration sector, because that's all it's about. And then people get mad because other people, you really got to get with her. You know how many times people ask me that just because I'm speaking to some girl in the chat that did I fuck her? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? She live on the other side of the planet. What the hell? What?
I don't know. I don't know.
No, but world class, I see why. Because every girl you talk with, you say, "Hey, sugar." Maybe they get the wrong idea.
Listen. Maryland is a southern state. That's a regular thing the Southerners say. Sugar. What's going on, sugar? That don't mean nothing. They don't mean anything. And here's the other thing. I've just got to get this out again because I can't. You know what I'm saying? Just because a person is attractive and you say that they're attractive, gorgeous, pretty, that's not flirting. That's a fact. It's not like I'm making up what MJ look like or what whoever look like. They look like they look like. If they pretty, they pretty. They attractive. This is just a statement of fact. You know what I'm saying? But it becomes flirting because I'm not.
But then you got to also take into consideration, look at the space, right? Because if you say anything nice to a woman, you gotta want to fuck her. Like that's the mindset of a lot of guys in this space. Like, they only let you up. They only let you on a panel because you're fuckable.
Yeah,
it's like that.
We're not wrong. Look, think about all the women who get the most flack in this space versus the women who don't. It's clearly an attraction thing. I'm not gonna point out any names, but whenever someone either thinks someone isn't attractive, they usually get the most smoke in this space, and they usually end up becoming the bitter, angry person that we usually talk about. Like it's crazy when you see it because you got MJ who come on the line. She be talking sense in the chat sometimes, but then she cam up. You like, I think I want to try again.
Like no, you be in the chat like, oh, I can't stand her. She get on my nerve. What the hell she typing? And she get up here like,
and then you get up, cam up, you like, you know what? I think we should hear her out.
right. I think what she said. It made sense.
Yeah, so silly.
Yeah, I would have made that mistake, world class. I named my top 3 beautiful female in this space. One of them heard it, and she barely even says hello in the chat anymore.
You did?
You top 3 what?
Damn.
If you like?
Yeah. One I would have told she's pretty without the makeup, so she would have known.
Oh, you talking about attractiveness?
Yeah. The other one doesn't know, and the third one, she heard me from the clouds. Now it's getting awkward in the chat. Like I say hello, like I don't know, but I'm thinking too much of it. But it's getting awkward.
You know what's crazy is Hassan? Like I did this. I'm probably the only male in this space that actually did a rating live, like I rated faces. And that's actually how I met Lucky. She got rated, and then she was in the chat, and then we got cool from there. So it's like certain men can do certain things, and certain men can't do certain things.
Left
I'm
too
just,
good.
I'm just saying.
Nah, she a married woman now, man. We all gotta suffer. Hey, we all gotta suffer. It's a group unity thing we are doing. She is a married woman now. We all gotta just look at the back of the wall now. This is some fucked up shit. How come no one told me she was married? That's some bull.
She's a married woman now, so y'all gotta respect a married woman.
I'm just messing with you.
No. But like I'm like, so if I'm probably gonna do it again. I ain't gonna say it aloud to you. It was fun. I'll probably do another grading game. But I think I think that's the thing about the space though, is that there's men and there's women that are mad that certain people can do certain things and certain people can't do certain things. And there's two brackets. There is the average to unattractive bracket, and there's the attractive to highly attractive bracket. And you got to know what bracket you in. If you in the average to unattractive, you can't deal with the people that are attractive and highly attractive to you. You're gonna be upset. They have a different set of rules, and people don't want to accept that. And that's the first thing that needs to be understood about relationships. People are like, oh, people are not that vain. Bullshit. Bullshit.
That's to me that's a society thing, and I thought that's what we was kind of like moving away from when they started having these like panels and stuff. On the thing, I thought that we was more focused on people's intellect, or how they carry themselves, their persona, versus if whether or not if they're on some scale. And it's funny, but we bring the things that we complain about, we bring it here.
AJ, everywhere is a dating app if you're breaking.
That's a fact. I say that shit all the time. The gas station, motherfucking Home Depot. You know what I'm saying? Social Security office.
Not the Social Security office.
The prison. You get booked.
When I heard, the prison one and the fucking LinkedIn one got me fucking rolling. I'm like, niggas is hooking up on LinkedIn.
Yeah,
how do you even do that?
It is people hooking up. It's people hooking up on what's that? I keep thinking it's called Best Buy. What's the shit where you not you vote? You gotta do the auction online. What the fuck is that shit called?
eBay.
eBay, yes.
eBay,
There's people hooking up on eBay.
I think I might have heard some of that.
No,
too.
not eBay.
Yeah, eBay. Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Hey, look, all they need is an internet connection and a comment section. That's all you need. That's all you need.
When you attractive and the woman wants you, or you attractive and the man wants you, all it takes is you need some gas.
Not get okay. That's it. I'm gonna take your bite. Not get.
Is your bills paid this month?
You gonna leave out of there with a Chico stick and a phone. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to pay for that.
I can't even deny it. Yeah, I mean, look, the reason why we keep falling back to this is because, first of all, everything in this world is built off of relationships, and the most fundamental relationships are really being disrupted by a lot of people, and this is why it always falls back to it. It's kind of like that. What do you call it when someone's stuck in a certain mind growth, where they didn't elevate to a certain stage because they were stunted or something? That's what a lot of people are. They didn't get the either the relationship from the family, the love and shit. So it always goes back to it because they haven't progressed by it. And most men, I think that's something that they need to do early in life, is be able to have a healthy relationship with a woman. I don't think a lot of guys get that.
Yeah, but I think it's, tell you the truth, I think it's on both sides really, because a lot of women, and that's why I also wanted to speak, when I was speaking about earlier the topic, because a lot of women, they probably never did have a good relations with men, something that wasn't like dramatic or traumatic, awful horror stories, because a lot of times what I'm hearing in these spaces is horror stories. And I'll tell you, even after the experience that I had, all the other relationships that I had before, which is not many, but all the ones that I had before weren't horrible. So I came in with a different type of mindset, as how I presented myself and things that I saw, because I don't have those, those same type of experiences. But I'm not trying to, undermine other people's experiences of what they dealt with when they was dealing in relationships. So I thought that with, being online, we would just share, not judge, but just share,
This is the worst place. This is This is where people you either they failed the hardest in relationships, they end up in this space. People who just can't get it right, they end up in this space, or people who never tried it end up in this space. This is the one space where you're going to hear the worst sides of both sexes, because these are the people who experience these from people. They're like the leftovers, the 1%, the people that can't get over it. Most people have the fortitude to get over it and get a new relationship. But then there are some people who go through some shit that's just so fucked up that it just makes them skip a fucking record and they just can't get over it. And this is how they end up in this space.
You're absolutely not wrong. And I know I've been in this space way longer than you, and that sums up the entirety of the space. You're absolutely correct. People that, the leftovers is good. People that just can't get over it. You know what I'm saying? And again, it goes back to what I was saying before. It's supposed to be in a relationship conversation, and it's an insult. The word pussy is an insult. These niggas in the space use the word pussy as an insult. It's weird as fuck to me. I don't even understand it. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. Like, what?
I always thought bitch ass nigga was weird. I'm saying, are you saying he has the ass of a bitch, or are you saying he reminds you of a bitch's ass? Because both of those sound gay as fuck.
No, that's a few things. I'm not even gonna say it, but S my D, I've never in my life said that to no male ever. I know y'all don't. I can't say it. It's so gay. It's the gayest shit ever.
I think I've only heard it from women.
Really. What?
Suck my dick. I think I've only ever heard women say that shit.
That is
so crazy.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. That is hilarious.
Oh, guys, so I'm glad that y'all letting me know. So I might have to do what I said. I might have to shut down my channel and go to the bigger broad yonders of YouTube.
No, you gotta learn how to you gotta learn how to do the metadata. The YouTube will take your channel that you got now wherever you want to go. Just learn how to do the metadata and get in your niche. You don't gotta change nothing. The channel will go wherever you want. There's been plenty of people who change their channel. You can do whatever you want to do.
Didn't Kevin Samuels come from the Space World Clash?
Yeah.
I heard that he used to be around this place.
I seen Kevin before he blew up. He had a few different setups. And he was doing the same thing. I didn't catch him when he was talking about the men. He had gotten into relationships and dating. But that was out of the whim he started doing that. Like, he just started going live, and because a few dudes that I knew, they was like, "Hey, go subscribe to his channel." Then he came up in my feed. It wasn't nothing special to me, but his was switched up. He switched up. Like Freezy.
Oh, he was a serious switch up. I remember when he was just only talking about selling colognes.
Yeah.
And then he was helping, like, he was like a image consultant for men. And then he started off with giving tips with men, and then that didn't work. Well, he literally blew up or went viral off of that you're a 5 or you're something with the girl.
Oh,
that's when he blew up.
Best? Man, that shit was hilarious. Did y'all actually see that video? That shit was comedy. He kept telling her, "Ma'am, just don't do this. Ma'am, go on another day. Book a session." And she's like, "No, I insist on you to take my demands right now." And he's like, "Fuck it. All right. We'll make an example out of your ass." And then that shit went just off the words. She started rating her. She said, "Rate yourself out of the shower." She said, "I think I'm about a 5." And then later on, he said, ma'am, just stop. You're average at best. All right? That's what she said.
No, that's what she said. Thank you. Yeah, that's because she said that shit. He didn't even say that. He just said, so he asked her a question and shit. But I remember when I was in YouTube when it went live that week, and I was just like, okay. I didn't even think it was gonna be that special, because I'm just like, I thought that would be it, and then no, he just blew up from there. So I was saying before he blew up, so you can switch. So I was about to say, like, Freezy got monetized by he just did trends and did videos.
Oh,
he wasn't even doing lives. He didn't do one live before he got monetized.
Wow, that's crazy. So that's when you do like the shorts, right?
No, he was doing shorts.
Pre-recorded.
The pre-recorded. Oh, you know what's funny? When I started my first channel, not this one, my first channel, all I did was pre-recordings. Yeah. And then I started to do lives. And so I don't know, maybe I should just go back to pre-recording.
The biggest channels do pre-recordings, just so you know.
Yeah.
If you go on it's all pre-recorded, edited videos.
Let me give you an idea. Back when you was talking about the two content creators that got together or whatever, my favorite sector in YouTube is the car sector. That's what I probably watch the most on YouTube in terms of entertainment. And it was this guy named Tall Guy Car Reviews. Like,
Oh, okay.
you know him? And then he was with this young lady named Jasmine Love, I think her name was. She was on Facebook. She did like funny
Yeah,
skits.
Jasmine Love. Yeah,
So
I
them,
remember. I heard that name before.
Yeah,
so
she's big.
them two got together, and both doing pre-records and stuff like that, and videos and stuff like that. Them two got together, and they've been together ever since. They married and stuff. I think it was one of them dope situations. I was heartbroken because that lady was gorgeous. I was like, I'm sort of like, oh my God, no.
R.I.P. to my
But
chances.
so it
Darn it.
not being in this dumbass space, they still together. He fucking stopped doing his damn YouTube. I don't know what she do, but they done moved on to bigger, better things. And it's like, for this to be the relationship space and not encouraging it, it just tells you the sickness.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what my issue would be, because I don't even consider this the relationship space. I really don't, because it seems like it's the battle of the sexes space. It seems like
it's gender war.
It's literally the gender war space. That's what it is. It's like let's just beat on each other.
But would you really see healthy people in this space? That's the problem I keep having with this. It's like,
But
you guys expect people who got their shit together to be sitting here telling people who are like looking at them like hungry wolves how good their life is, how good their wife is. Nah, they gonna be like, hell no, I'm protecting my wife from you psycho sons of bitches. Fuck that. I ain't never bringing her up on this shit.
But the funny thing about it is that I understand what you're saying, Jack, but there is a lot of married people here. And that's the problem, because a lot of the commentary that be happening is happening from married people, but they have nothing but negative things to say when it comes about marriage and about people being in relationships. It's the weirdest thing.
Not everyone who's married is like, that's the one thing that this space has pointed out. Not everyone gets married for like religious reasons. Not everyone's married just a covenant. Not everyone married the person because they like them. It was like shotgun reds and shit. So this space really did point out that not just because you're married doesn't mean it's successful. I think that was
right, and that's what and I think that's what people with whatever it takes. No, it really does. I think that's what people need to realize too, because that's why a lot of people's not getting that type of results, right? Because a lot of people who's talking, and then a lot of people who wants to use their marriage as the reason why they're authority of something, they're leaving out the biggest part that you said, Jad. They're not fucking happy.
Hey, do you know who Security Boss is, Mary MJ?
I've heard of her, yes.
Yeah, I think
I remember her and Fatty got into this big argument because Fatty pointed out something that blew everyone's mind, but for some reason no one actually says out loud. I think the argument was 50% of the people, 50% of people of marriages end in divorce, right? Those are the people who had the balls enough to get up and do it. But the other 50%, we was like, how many of those people are miserable as fuck? And that started a whole debate about like, we don't really hear too many good stories about marriage from the ones who are still married. So we started to try to break down a percentage. I think that's where that big debate happened with her, because she was like, that doesn't mean the rest of them. He's like, no, the question is, how many of those people who are still married are miserable as fuck and want to kill the other person? It's like, shit. And then we started just looking around, and you start to see like there are a lot of people in marriages where they just can't stand each other.
Right, and they're just staying because of circumstance, or they're staying because they don't want to go back out in the dating scene, or they're staying because it's a financial situation where they have to stay, right? So I definitely get it. And that's why I think that's another reason why it makes the space kind of toxic too, because a lot of people might not be happy in their relationship, might not be happy in their marriage, and they want to talk it out, and I guess, quote unquote, find those solutions where people are accepting or enduring the things that might not be, what they want, or might not be the ideal situation for themselves. And it just makes it even more toxic.
But
it really do. It just makes it so toxic.
The more solutions we find, the more problems we're gonna have, and more issues. So it never ends.
More money, more problems.
It never ends, really.
Can we even say more money, more problems though? Like, gosh. I mean, they say more money, more problems, and yeah, I will add that into real life, but in up here, I don't even know. It's like for me in this space is for the love of money, and that's not a bad thing necessarily. It's just that there is no, I guess, standard or boundary of how we garnish money, right? And then we see what happens when um how money is actually being made is really being made more when it's towards very toxic situations. But let you have a live stream talking about something that is positive or actually really productive, it doesn't really get that much airtime.
Productive.
Yeah, productive. I
What?
know.
How you spell that? Is that spelled SIMPING?
Come on now.
MAMMY? That's what.
Yeah, that's me, being hopeful wishing. But yeah, productive. Like that's what I would think, that the space should be productive. But even when you do those type of shows, and I feel bad for a lot of content creators who want to do productive things, they don't get that support that they actually need, right? But then let them be like, all right, I'm gonna be the biggest fucking jerk or the biggest fucking devil or demon or bandit or bandita in the space, and everybody's coming there, and I don't know. To me personally, it's like this stuff stays online forever, right? There is literally a metadata for all this information and stuff that has happened online that anybody, FBI, CIA, can always track back to find. Like, you're not, even when you delete it or you private it or whatever, not, they're going to find it if they really needed to find it. So it's just like, this is what you want your children or your nieces and nephews, your cousins and everybody, this is what they want. You want them to look at you acting and conducting yourself online?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is that
I mean, is
even
that
important?
is it really worse than what they actually see in like real life? I mean, shit, fuck seeing your mom showing her butthole on on the internet. Shit, you probably it's as many
But
horror
the
stories
funny thing,
as many
yeah.
horror stories have I heard little boys talk about. Oh, dog, I seen a new guy come in every fucking week. It was horrible, right? So the shit that they see in real life can't be too much worse than what's going on online.
I mean, I would say yes and no. I'm don't get me wrong. These kids are experiencing so much stuff at a very young age that I really do feel bad for these past two generations. I really do, right? Because they don't even know if they want to be a human. They want to be cats and dogs and everything under the sun. It seemed like they're all into everything, right? They'll be interested in marrying a tree at this point. So I mean, I feel really bad for the youth today, but not every kid, or I guess every kid's dynamic is that way. Like, for example, my son, like my son, he really rarely knows he doesn't know any of this going on. My fear is that when I had those videos that were out, that were still circulating, that when he starts to become more inquisitive, that if he was to go and search online and he would see those videos, whatever not, it would it would upset him, right? Because it would upset him. He'll feel kind of way because he loves his mommy, so it would upset him very, very badly, right? So that was like always my biggest concern. But most of the time, because I understand my son's character and personality, he likes classical music. He likes to listen to Beethoven and things of that sort. So he's very musically inclined. So I don't have to worry about that now. But when he becomes a teenager, you know what I'm saying? Like, then you have to worry about it. So, I think that people just need to take in consideration about certain things.
Can I address something you brought up that I was going to ask, but I didn't want to cut you off?
When
you were talking about how a lot of kids don't know about this stuff. I think one of the things I've figured out just being in these spaces a lot is how much of this shit should kids know about? Like, there's a lot of the stuff that a lot of us say we wish we would have knew this shit sooner, so we don't end up in the stupid ass situations we end up in. So that's always a tough one, right? What do you think? Like of this stuff that you see in this space, how much should kids actually be prepared for knowing what's out there?
When you say kids, what do you mean? So we can be clear.
Yeah, that is a really good one. I used to ask that all the time just to fuck with people because no one knows what a child is.
But do you guys?
No, I would definitely say that there's stages, right? There's stages in their milestone. Like I'm not the type of person where I believe that we're just supposed to hide everything for our kids, and then later on, when they're so naive and gullible because you didn't inform them on anything, that reality smacks them in the face, right? I'm not that type of individual.
Surprise, motherfucker! She got HIV.
Right, like, I'm like, yeah, I'm not that type of person. I mean, like, I think that there's milestones to this, right? There's certain things that we might have to tweak, and kids might have to learn more now because it's affecting them while they're in their age range. But I think that there's levels to it where you're supposed to present things to your kids, right? They don't have to get everything all at once, and then they get overload with all the stuff that they don't understand. And then when they're in the part where they're out there wanting to be, explorer and want to, and figure things out, try all these new things, then they try all these new things, and then they get themselves into something that they can't get themselves out of. Mm-hmm. So I think that we should really just in increments, give out the information at the right time when we feel that our children can actually handle it.
Yeah. So, because I asked them, because like the answer.
Can I ask you that question? I really want to hear your answer to this, World Class. What is a child?
The technical definition is actually an infant. Actually, the meaning of it is actually an infant. So, if you make that a basis, if you make that a principle, I should say, not a basis, anything that you knew in you, basically a child. But I would say, I think the legal, I would go with, I don't want to say it's closer to the legal one, because so back in the olden day, I be torn between these different perspectives. I be torn between.
Let me try again. Maybe I just didn't clarify it. All right, I'm sorry. World Class, what do you believe is a child?
Oh, I don't believe, but I any 13 and under is a child. 13 and under is a child. You know
That's a pretty good definition.
Yeah.
I mean, I asked this question on Fight Club a lot, and the answers I would get, it's someone who doesn't pay bills. Oh, fuck, man. A lot of people don't pay bills.
Yeah. And then,
it's a person who don't know nothing. There's a lot of motherfuckers who don't know nothing. So it's like, it's always an interesting question to see how people's mind works when you say, what is a child? Because now we're at anyone under the age of 24. So it's always interesting when you ask a different person, hey, what is a child?
Yeah. So I say that because, and I say 13, a lot of people will say 12, but I say 13 because that is actually a title that we've had. When I'm pretty sure you heard this, MJ. That's when you off the clock.
I say prepubescence. That's my standard. Anyone prepubescent is a child. Everyone else is adolescent, teenager, or young adult.
But you heard of off the clock before?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think the rest of it is teenager / young adult, and 14 and up, teenager / young adult, and then obviously adult. And then I'm more stressed out about what that is than what a child is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because the young adult age rank is fluctuating, right? Because now we have people who are saying that people who are in their early and mid 20s, they're calling them young adults. I have always thought the young adults was like that 18 to 20 range. That was the young adult, like 17 to 20. That was young adults.
It was 14 to 18 this whole time. So they calling. I mean, I understand an older person, 50, 60 years old, calling a 20 person a young adult. I can get that. I get that idea, but they're basically an adult, especially 21.
I think it's people trying to push the limit so that they can still qualify for certain treatment. I'm hearing people saying 30 is the new 20, and I'm like, no, 30 old as fuck. You old as shit. You should have been in the 30s.
Ow! Don't say that, Jack.
I'm just, I'm
You
just
can't
saying.
say,
It's like, look,
Stack, do you know my age? You just called me ancient.
oh, I'm sorry. I guess 40s
MJ,
didn't do
MJ,
30. Yeah, I got nothing.
it's a
I got
wrap up.
nothing.
It's a wrap up, sweetie. We just go ahead. All right, I'm about to be 39 next month. It's a wrap. We done. We toast. We
Yeah,
already
I
buttered
would
up. We
say,
sitting on the plate,
I would,
waiting for the eggs
I
to
would
finish. We
say,
toast, baby. It's a wrap.
I would say that
I ain't
you're
going.
young until your brains develop. But from the studies I keep hearing, that shit keeps changing as
Yeah.
many studies
So
come out.
I stayed away from that because I love neuroscience, but you can have your physical brain develop that does not dictate, that does not, I don't want to, what's a better word for it? Not guarantee. It's
It
not a
does not
true
really.
indicator. It's not a
Yeah,
true
I hear you.
indicator of cognizance.
Yeah.
Because you can have like overdeveloped brains over your brain can develop fast just like your body. I don't know why I keep separating the brain from the body, like, and I know better. Just because your body develops fast doesn't mean your cognition is up to par. And you got people who body don't develop fast and their cognition is ahead of schedule. So
Yeah.
it's difficult.
Yeah, I
That
agree.
fluctuates,
I
and
agree.
especially with toddlers, um, pubescent, prepubescent, and teenagers. And then you got people that don't get their growth spurt, their last growth spurts like 20, 21, sometimes 22. I think it was one guy, he got
Yeah.
it at 23. So it is I think it is worth a discussion. I think when they were having a discussion, it was the dumbest people having a discussion.
Yeah, I always tell
You know
people
what
to
I'm
stay
saying?
away from stuff like brain development as a means of maturity, or to add
No,
any
no,
kind
no.
of legal status to it, because I'm like,
No, no, no.
you have no way of checking that. I
No, no,
mean,
no.
you
Yeah.
have no way of checking whether or not your brain is meets whatever metric they keep saying it is. You have no idea. So they could literally just not like you and say your brain's not developed. And there's no way you could test it yourself.
You know why it's dangerous? Because it's just as dangerous. It almost sounds like, well, when a girl develops titties and butt, she a grown woman. No, sir.
Yeah,
No,
that's the craziest
it gets
one.
weird.
That's what they used to say all the time. Well, if she's developed like a woman, or she got her menstrual and things of that sort, then
No.
she's actually a woman. But like I said, that is just only has to deal with when it comes down to like procreation. And just
Right.
because uh boys and girls get to a point where their body develops for procreation, that doesn't necessarily mean that their cognitive functioning is to be a parent or to be an adult. When you become a parent, there's a lot of what you call personal sacrifice, right? But you don't even look at it as a sacrifice. You're sacrificing, right? Because you know how it felt to only take care of yourself and be selfish, and now you're entirely responsible for another human being. That is a whole different type of level. And that's why I never advocated for young adults to be having kids early. I don't. Even though, yes, they might have the most healthiest offspring versus adults who are older. It's just, I think
I
it
used
just
to do
caused
that
a
too.
little bit too much trouble.
I used to go by that too, way back when. When a person's able to have babies, that's when we should start treating them like an adult. But then when I started to do my own videos and stuff, and I actually said a phrase out loud, and then I said, wait, is that even possible? I was like, okay, what we find out that like a 6-year-old could have a baby? And I was like, wait a minute, that's not possible. And then I went and looked the shit up. I'm like, a 5-year-old? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yes,
Who the
yes.
fuck did this? And then I was like, you know what? Now I gotta
Oh
change
yeah,
my stance on that.
I think
Because
I
it's
heard that.
something called precocious puberty, which is when your pituitary glands is like got like a tumor or something on it, or a scar, that it could cause puberty to happen at even earlier ages. And I was like, yo, that is fucking insane. Now I gotta take back that stance. I'm like, nah, now we gotta use another marker. It can't just be puberty, because that's crazy.
This is
Yeah,
how I
and then
know
you
how.
also I'm sorry to cut you off, world class. There was an old movie back in the 80s, and let's say shout out to the late 30s and 40s and the 50s people that's probably listening in. Y'all remember this old movie? It was like a cult classic. It was called I think it's called Just Pregnant or something like that, and it was about these 2 teenagers. They was high school sweethearts, and they got pregnant. So they ended up getting married. And in that movie, they wanted to show all the dynamics of what happened within their early marriage. They weren't ready to have a child, they weren't ready to become adults. He was struggling to find work. She was working, but she was trying to work at home. She was going crazy with the kid. They both wanted their free time, but they couldn't find a schedule together where they both can have their free time and stuff. And it actually ended up breaking up their marriage, where they split or separated for a good amount of time. She went with the child back to her parents, and he was like all down and out, sad and dopey. But of course, it's one of those movies that has to end with a good note, where they got back together and they quote unquote kind of figure it out. But the dynamics in that movie shows what happens when young adults who are not prepared to have a child, what could happen within the within that marriage or within having that child. These people were both of these young adults were too selfish. They didn't want to give up I'm the one who's taken care of from my parents and all the stuff like that. Now they didn't want to give that up. So it was like literally fighting amongst, well, who's going to be responsible for the kid, right? Amongst both of them. And it showed a lot. It showed a lot in that movie. And I think they, even though, like I said, it was like a happy ending at the end, I think that those type of movies that they used to have back in the 80s and the 90s were actually showing why this is not a good idea, and why people kind of waited a little bit later on to have it, per se. I think that they need to start bringing some things like that back.
I think that is one of the issues that brought about this space too, is because people used to always like go off of what their grandparents said, and then when you hear shit like, well, my grandma had like 5 kids before she was like 20, you like, yo, when did she start having kids? She was like 11 or some shit. You like, yo, that was child abuse. What the fuck? And it was like,
yeah.
And then you hear about that shit, and then the women will come on here and tell you, it's like, yeah, that's too young to fucking get married and have kids. It's like, yeah, that makes sense that they did that like way the fuck back in prehistoric days when you lived to be like 22. But like in today's current market, like, no. But at the same time, there's got to be an end date for when you're no longer a child, because you can't be treating 21-year-olds like children. Because if a 21-year-old man come and punch me in the face, I'm punching his ass fucking back. I don't give a fuck. He ain't no child. I don't know who's saying this dumb shit. Oh, we're supposed to treat him like a child. No, fuck that bullshit. There's got to be an end point. And we arbitrarily chose 18. Yeah, it's arbitrary. But there's got to be a point where you cannot do childish things. And, you can't have people, grown-ass people going around doing shit.
No, I totally agree. I guess we have crossed the bridge, right? That's why I think that's why the age rank of what is considered an adult, what is considered a child, is always fluctuating, and it's causing a lot of problems, because now we have people who are grown adults who could take some responsibilities for the things that they do is being treated as a child. And then we also have some children who should not be taking that responsibility being treated as an adult. So it's like both sides is actually suffering at this point, right? Because you have the more, I guess, every decade, if you notice that the kids are becoming way, way more mature than they were before. Like, I thought my era of kids,
Hold on, explain mature. Explain them becoming more mature. What do you mean?
Well, I would say when I'm talking about mature, I'm not necessarily saying that they got everything figured out. I'm stating as in they're dealing with situations that is for more mature adults to deal with, right? Like when I was in school or when I was in, I would say school, high school and stuff like that. Like I'm from the era of the last kids that used to actually play outside, right? Or had to be in the house at dusk, or you was going to get your tail whooped. The last kids who actually respected their grandparents and and any elderly person, they would look at them as their senior, and they had a certain level of respect.
I disagree about the mature part. I mean, most of these people are calling themselves 25-year-old teenagers and shit. So I don't.
25-year-olds what?
Yeah, I heard that. It was like, no, what did she say? She said I'm a 24-year-old teenager. And I'm like, what the fuck?
What?
that don't even make any goddamn sense. You realize teenagers, because there's a teen at the end, right? But when I started hearing shit like that online, I'm like, yo, I think people are like going backwards. I think people are getting more, what's the infantilized?
Infancy.
What is it? It's like when they're extending adolescence into like adulthood. And now you got people not growing up faster because they think they're supposed to be a child longer. And I'm like, the only people that fucks up is pretty much the Democrats, if you think about it. Because, people are more, I'm not going to even get into that, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'm like, y'all gonna wipe out your whole entire demographic if they can't vote into the 25, because that's like all the Democrats right there. I mean, that's what I was like, that's crazy, but shit, I lost it. What was I going with that?
Wait,
Yeah,
MJ, did you say you're the last generation to go play outside and stuff?
I really believe that I am the last generation that was the outside kids.
80s babies.
Mm-hmm.
No, come on now. The early 90s kids as well.
No,
No, absolutely not. Y'all was literally on video games and all that foolishness.
True, but we did stuff. I was outside with my friends.
No, you weren't. You weren't.
I don't think I can agree with that, because wasn't the 90s the extreme sports era?
Yes,
everyone had a skateboard and a bike.
Yeah, but we still
y'all
did
watch.
outside
I'm not
stuff.
letting you do it. Y'all watch extreme sports on TV. That's what y'all were doing.
Exactly.
Y'all
You remember American what is it? American Gladiators?
Yeah.
No, true, but we did stuff outside too. Come on.
We are the last generation to get
dirty
knee injuries. Yes,
yep.
dirty.
Knee injuries,
From bike riding and skating,
breaking fingers and stuff, flipping on bike.
y'all got your thumbs jammed from playing the game too long.
Yeah, I'm dead serious. Like,
I'll say late 90s and 2000s, but early 90s.
I was the firstborn, so I had to watch y'all. Y'all don't do shit right. So I don't.
MJ, can I ask you a question? It might be too personal, but you can answer it if you want. Your son, if you had to choose, would you rather him be would you rather him be the, what do you call it, the in the basement, never been with a girl type chick, or the guy who's out there running through chicks, causing all these women's problems?
That's a
Which one would you rather?
Question. I would rather him to be neither. I would rather him to have a good.
That's not an option.
Balance.
You gotta pick one. He's an incel or he's a player.
This is the truth.
You gotta pick one of these two: player or fuckboy or pookie, whichever we're going with, or the incel basement dealer who just keeps to himself, but he's on the video game all the time. Which one would you rather your son to actually grow up and be?
I don't know. This is hard. This is hard.
Is it?
It is hard. Because I don't want, I wouldn't want my son to be running through women and.
Why not?
No, absolutely not.
I'll fuck with you.
No, I would never want that, because the simple fact is, and I know y'all have an understanding of my stance, is that I believe that men and women are valuable, right? So I believe that men should, just like women should feel that their sex or whatever not is just as valuable as a woman should, right? So I wouldn't want my son to be just sharing himself to all these women and all the stuff like that, and taking in all these different type of energies and different type of attitudes and mannerisms and stuff like that.
Well, which one's going to get him a wife? But the dude that runs through chicks?
Well, there is always here's the thing. There is always matchmaking. So maybe I should just keep him in the house and just have him play video games, and then I'll matchmake him.
Nope.
Well, you chose the answer that most women choose, and that's how you end up with mama boys, incels, dudes who don't get no ass, dudes who are literally online complaining about they don't know how to talk to a woman, they got anxiety and all this shit, because their mother said, I would rather you stay home, not pay no bills, not get killed or shot, not have to deal with any baby mama drama, than you to be out there running through chicks. And that's why a majority of the boys today have no experience with it.
No, but then we also see with the other extreme on the outside of the man of the boy sitting up there smashing out chicks. He's not. He's what's the word? How can I put it? He can become community peen. He can get an SED. He can have a whole bunch of kids that I'm going to have to take care of. Okay. And then on top of that, he's not going to be motivated on other things or other aspirations in his life. He's not going to be taking his career seriously. He's not going to be taking, his health seriously. He's not going to even be taking care of his mental health seriously. All he's going to do is just utilize the simple fact that he's a charismatic boy, and he's going to feel that he can use that to get to move ahead in the in the world. And that shit, with the shit that you can play on women, ain't going to play on men. So if you're not even knowing how to conduct yourself when it's with other men, you're gonna have a big problem. That's gonna always him having to deal with men is always going to have to occur. He's gonna always have to be put up against his peers. And I don't want him to just be great as just smashing women down. He should be able to stand up with his peers, and outside of women have something to to show for it. Like I've seen what happened with men who are for the streets, they usually end up alone. And that's 100%. Men who always had the mindset of being out there, being in the streets or being community peen, they're the ones who's crying now online, complaining that they can't get nobody. They ruin all forms of relationships. Even they had some good ones, they had some messed up ones, but they had some real good ones, and they let that slide because they thought it was all a game. They thought it was all a game, and then now they have a whole bunch of kids who don't want to go visit them. They sitting in old retirement homes, looking out the window with drool out their mouth, and nobody come and visit them. They don't have no real connection with nobody. That's why they out there smashing the way they do. They can't connect to nobody. They're detached. I wouldn't want that.
Can we get a second opinion in this? World Class, do you think this space is filled with dudes who get nothing but ass all day? I mean, he walk out the door sneezing coffee, got 3 bitches on his dick.
Bill?
Do you think that's all the guys in this space, or the guys who have the most problem getting chicks?
Yeah, the latter.
What?
Okay, so we are in agreement. MJ, they don't come to this space.
If I'm not on the panel, it's not a lot of guys that get. No, man, let me stop.
Look, don't make me pull up I will pull up an article on you, gentlemen, and I'm gonna let you know those guys that you think who are smashing, all the girls, the alpha, quote unquote alpha male. Let me tell you what they told you about the alpha male. They say that alpha males make for the worst long-time mates. So when I'm talking about them ending up alone, I mean it. They are the worst long-time mates.
I'm here for a good time. Not long.
Take your dog off phone.
Hey, we already know that. We've been told women that. You know that guy who's attractive and he treats you nice and he's really good with his words. Yeah, isn't he great? Yeah, you're not the only one who think he's great. In fact,
but you listen. But this sometimes I have to get him. Jack, sometimes I have to give women grace because it's actually biology that actually makes women go after the alpha male. So any woman going outside of that is when they're actually using logic. They're using their mind to make a better educated decision. Because naturally, you will naturally go after the alpha male, when it comes down to like reproduction. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, oh, you want the one who has who seem like they're healthy. You want the one who seems like they're tall. They have a better body physique, or they have attractive features. Like those are things that are naturally biological within women, why they do that. So anything outside of that is women actually bringing logic to the table. So you have to give women grace on that.
It's not that we don't give them grace, it's that a lot of us have experienced the people who actually were on the other side of that equation. And when you see the guys who actually have to deal with that kind of logical woman, what they end up finding out is 33% of their children aren't theirs. Because they still got that thing they got going on, where they want the top-notch guy. And if they got someone holding it down at home who ain't gonna leave ever for never, Well, a lot of those guys end up in this space because they're like, yo, I gave her everything and she still went out and fucked. Prove it.
But that's what I meant earlier when I was telling, when I was saying I've seen people come in as Brownsville and turn into, the one we ain't supposed to name, even though I said it a few times. It's not because his answer was because they really wasn't a Brownsville. No, it's because something happened. Something happened. The girl left him and did him and kept the child away, and he got on child support and divorce like he didn't, like he was saying would never happen to me because I'm a real man. Shit be happening, and that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a reason why these people are the way they are, and if you at least do the baby basic human thing of listen to why they say what they say, then we can get into the minutia of it. If you get into that conversation, ironically, you get away from them attacking women, you can get into their thought process and what they think is wrong and dealing with the actual problem. What the law is, where you were spending your time instead of getting this information. What did you say to the girl? What did y'all set up in terms of communication? How did you schedule? You can get into that conversation, but
I
Brownsville
think it
don't want to
doesn't
listen.
help
I've done
sometimes,
it.
but I know you're done. I'm just saying, like, sometimes it doesn't help when there are men who are advocating for men who knows that they're not alpha when it comes down to personality and character, but you're advocating for them to present themselves as one, right? Because like there's things about an alpha male personality trait that women need to realize, right? To make it work with an alpha male, a true alpha male, not someone who's faking to be an alpha,
Yeah.
you have to allow that person to be on his mission. You can't get away with that. You have to be able to play second fiddle. And when he's ready to shower his time for you, and this is not to say that all alpha males are horrible mates, but there a lot of them, you have to be on completely 100% on their program. You have to learn how to play second fiddle and fit in where you can get in at. And if you're not that type of woman who wants that, if you're a type of woman who wants more of a connection, you want more of a closeness, you might even be clingy, you might even be a little bit codependent and stuff like that, then that relationship is never going to work because you're going to always feel like you're not getting what you want. And you're going to feel like you're just catering to this guy, and this guy is only showing you or showering you whenever he see fit. Is like, it's not going to work. So my thing is that, yeah, women have to be more educated on in regards of what they truly want. And like I said, it's going to take logic for women to reason with themselves to say, okay, what can I really deal with? Can I really deal with this guy going out there hitting his dreams and going his dreams, and that's going to be taken away from me, taken away from the family? Can I really accept being by myself most of the time so he can make that type of bread, right? And if you know that you can't deal with that because that's not how you want your relationship dynamics to be, then you have to be honest with yourself and go with someone that is not, who's going to give you the time that you want.
Don't you think they already figured that part out? I mean, if you see how most women move, they get pregnant by one guy and then they marry another guy. They bring somebody else's kid into the relationship.
No, I would say yes and no.
That's
I would say
usually how
yes
they
and
put it,
no,
right?
because a lot of them still try, right? A lot of them still try to change the narrative of alpha because, like I said, there is true alphas, and then there's people, men who are not alphas, but they do have some alpha traits, right? And they can make the confusion or the mistake of thinking that this person is is not an alpha, but he might have some things that he's alpha-ish in. And they'll think that, well, the days that he's not an alpha, let's say he's a delta, or let's say he's an omega, or he's a beta, whatever not, they'll think that that's going to happen all the time. And then they turn to find out that this person is going to be an alpha all the time. You know what I'm saying? And then that's what usually happens in it. And we all know that when we first meet somebody, what we do, we put our best representative first, right? It's not until time, research, and experience where we actually learn if you actually really align with someone, and if whether you can accept certain things about them that you might not personally like. that all takes time, and you're not going to learn that within the first encounter of somebody.
I think you're right about some of these things, but I believe you see, the thing about the alpha thing that you just mentioned is that the traits that they display, they really are only to get short-term sexual relationships. Because if you think about it, that's pretty much the only thing the betas
And
are trying
that's
to
what they
emulate
want,
from the
right?
alpha. Is,
Exactly.
so the traits that they're displaying are the stuff that makes women wet and you want to fuck them first date, second date type shit. However, if you think about it, the things that are attractive to a woman that are alpha traits, they know those things are what they're attracted to. So they are attracted to the bad things that they say they don't like about the men. So you can't really say that they don't know what they're getting themselves into. Every woman can tell you the difference between an alpha and a beta. So every time they talk about the guy that they fuck, they always say he was an alpha. So they know who they choose. But they try to do that thing. What is it? I can change him. I can fix him. I can see the side of the bleach. And I don't think that's ever happened.
I think that, like I said, in some situations, I will agree with you, Jack. I would not necessarily say all, because there is certain traits that you find in other men. Like I said, you'll find that, like, just because you might be a beta, that doesn't mean that you're not gonna have a point in your life where you might show a trait that an alpha would do, where you're able to take charge when it's of danger or something like that, or if that's a loved one, you'll be able to act, and you'll know what to do, and you'll know how to lead, or you know how to guide. That can happen for people who are not even perceived as alphas. So my thing is that when it comes down to the alpha personality type, there is very distinct things that women need to know, which you said was one of the biggest ones is that they're what's the word? I don't want to say they're whores, but they need that freedom, right? They need that freedom. They need you to play second fiddle. They'll say, hey, I'll give you this, and you need to just let me do my thing, that kind of thing. There's certain distinct traits with alphas that women, I think, need to understand that will come with the alpha, so they can make a best decision and know that whether or not if an alpha man is for them. But like I said before, it doesn't really help when you have channels now telling men who would be considered betas or omegas or deltas, and you're telling them to go ahead and what is it? What was that terminology called? Get your
Emulate.
look maxing or something like that.
Oh, right. Well, that's
Yeah,
because
the
these
look
guys are the
maxing.
only thing they're not really trying to. Most of these guys
I think I
do
heard
that
of that
thing.
shit
They're
one
not.
time.
They're not trying to get into long-term relationships. They're trying to have sex. And alphas, they can have as much sex as they want, but that's the thing about alphas. They can get sex, but a lot of them don't do long-term relationships.
Right.
So it's a contradiction. It's like, do you want a girl or do you want someone to have sex? Because they can teach you how to get sex, but if you want a long-term relationship, you really would have to learn from like a more beta man.
Right, and that's what I'm saying too. That's why I said that women need to understand that, and then also men need to understand that too, right? Because I get it. Men want sex. We get it. Got it. Good, right? But there is men who want sex for just fun, and there's men who want sex and other things that come with it, right? A relationship, a connection, all that good stuff, family, blah, 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 blah. So if men want that, if these men are crying and saying that they want that, then why are men teaching them to just have sex and acting like that's going to solve their problem? It's not going to solve their problem. They're going to have a whole bunch of empty sex that is not going to give them that fulfillment, that soul fulfillment and connection. And they're going to be like, oh, you let me down the wrong way because I had all this sex. I had sex with 500 girls, but I can't keep one though.
Well, that's because that's what your act is for. If somebody comes into the saying, I want a donut, you don't say, well, here, the donut's going to make you fat, but here, have you tried this green tea diet? They're not going to do that shit. If the person comes to them and says, here, I'm going to give you a lot of money. Here's my problem. What's your solution? What's the problem? I can't get sex. Here's the solution. Here's all these things to get sex. However, what the guys you end up finding out is after that post-nut clarity hit kick in, It's like, yo, why is she still here? Like, why am I still here? This don't even make sense. Why am I doing this? And a lot of guys wake up to that and they're like, yo, it's not satisfying to just get sex. But you gotta go through that in order to figure that shit out. And that's the fucked up part. Most guys will try to tell you that, but then you can't really tell somebody who's not getting sex that, look, you gotta go, you don't want this. They're gonna look at you and say, you only saying that because you're getting sex. And you're like, well, yeah, that's probably true. If I wasn't getting sex, I
Yeah, but
probably
that's what
wouldn't
I'm
listen to
saying. But
nobody
see,
either.
that's why you have to. But that's why I'm saying that if you can hear, if an alpha knows when they're speaking to someone who's not an alpha, right? And yes, maybe a guy might be saying, hey, I don't get sex and I would like to have sex. I think I should participate in having, recreational sex like everybody else, right? It would do the alpha, if he was actually really looking out for the dude, he would tell them, listen, I could look at you and I could tell that you want a relationship. You know what I'm saying? You want love. You're not just looking for sex. You know what I'm saying? Because if you want to have sex, you can go pay for that. You know what I'm saying? That's so if you tell them, like, hey, listen, these are the things that you need to do to have a relationship. But if you just want to sell them a dream and say, yeah, have sex and you're going to feel great because you're going to have all of these sex with all these women, and then they realize that they're not happy and shit.
And let's not discount that. Having sex with a lot of women is great and it does so good. Let's not pretend that does not exist. It's just after a certain point you get bored.
The guys will tell you, they'll explain to you what they want. You know what I'm saying? It'll be so, like, if a guy say, like, where the bitch is at, he just want to fuck, right? But if he talk to you about a specific girl or a specific type of girl, then he want a relationship.
Sometimes that's not all the truth, all true sometimes, world class, because some guy can talk about one specific girl and I really want to fuck this one specific girl.
but he lying.
I agree with MJ on that one, though.
But watch this. He's not a nigga that's looking for the bitches. He looking for her. He faking for everybody else. He really just, because as a woman, you like, well, I heard a nigga say that and they don't want to do what you want them to do. He don't, just because he want that one girl, you may look at him like he just want to fuck her because he don't have the relationship stuff or standards that you want. But that nigga want a relationship, far as he concerned. He not really trying to be out here like us. He want love.
Like I say, I will say not necessarily in every single case. Like I have literally
one of the most.
I have literally seen situations where a dude will like literally talk about this one girl, and it would make you seem like he must be interested in her more than just sex, and it was just no, I just really need to, like, I'm not gonna leave this fucking earth until I smash this girl.
Hey, have you seen the movie Hitch?
But then
have y'all seen the movie Hitch? It sounds just like that scene. Sorry.
Yeah.
When he was like, yeah, this girl, and he's like, I just really want to fuck the shit out of her. And then he was like, whoa, I don't do that, man. I do
right, exactly. and those are those situations that guys will just really, they'll make it in their mind, like, listen, I really have to have that girl. I just have to have that particular girl on a notch on my belt. And it doesn't have anything to do with emotions and nothing like that. They can still be detached as a motherfucker.
Men don't do the emotion things like that. What's going on is that you have this two different things, I'm saying. But in a multitude of each one of them is all types of personality types. All of them, in both of them. You got a dude that want a relationship. You got a dude that just want to fuck. With all types of type of personalities, narcissists, sociopaths, good dudes, leaders, mentors are in both of these categories. So you can have a dude that is mentioning that one girl and he's doing venge fucking. You got revenge fucking and you got venge fucking. He's just vengeful. He gonna make this girl pay for the last girl. And she looked like the one he wanted, or she looked like his fantasy girl, or she looked like, or whatever the archetype in his mind of his dream girl, or the girl that fucked him over last time or hurt his feelings. And that's what that's about. Because niggas that want to just fuck don't give a fuck. We looking for a multitude of shapes and sizes. All of them are doing that. If he's bringing up that one girl, it's because this nigga wants a relationship because he knows he don't have the skills to deal with a lot of different chicks. You don't have the heart for that. You don't got the looks for that. You don't got the time for that. You lack. Because if he really just wanted to fuck, I don't give a fuck about this one chick. I'm going outside. Matter of fact, just because she in a place where I'm going to be naturally or consistently, I don't even want her. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to keep fucking seeing her because I'm going to want to fuck the other girl, and then y'all going to be next to each other, and I don't want y'all to talk. But that's a smart person.
I've actually talked to a couple guys in this space, and one of the things that I actually found out that kept a lot of guys from running through chicks is that they didn't want to become the guys who left their mothers, single mothers, or they didn't want to become the guy that they seen coming in and out of the house, or they didn't want to become the thing that they keep our stereotype. You know, black guys just want to fuck shit. So
yeah, they don't want to hit that damn group chat.
Yeah.
They don't want to get dragged to that group chat. That's what this is.
Yeah, and I actually talked to a lot of these guys, and that seems to be like a high number of them is that they don't want to be the bad guy, because if you go around and just have sex, you're the bad guy. And I'm like,
yeah,
I don't know.
Hey MJ, my bad. But great show, great conversation. Jack, nice to meet you. World class. This is your fault.
Thank you.
And
Thank
the 90s,
you, Hassan, for coming.
Thank you. And the 90s kids, we did play outside.
No, y'all did not.
The early 90 kids. But MJ, before I leave, check out these 2 channels. They have panels. I think you'll do great and have a great conversation. But the first one that I posted, you only do one at a time, and you have a great conversation. If you ask the right questions, I think you'd be there. Like, he brings only one at a time, so make sure you cam up. So let's say you hit the link and you're back. Don't freak out. He only brings one at a time, and then when you're on the pen, you can turn off the camera. But if the conversation going well, he's gonna keep you longer, and then he do. Because like you'll be great for it, I think. The other one, the second one, like normal panels and stuff. 8 people. It'll be great. But other than that, salute everybody.
Oh, thank you, Hassan. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us. Yeah, I didn't even know I was on this. I didn't even know I was on this long. And okay, yeah, I need to rest up.
Oh, so the one thing I'll say is
No, I enjoyed it. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, the one thing I'll say is what I want to see from you as a request is you and I gotta get her to do it. But you and Natasha mentioned, especially when you was doing like your presentation, that'd be a fire collab. I gotta find a way to make her do it. I don't know, because she don't like being like cammed up and all of that or whatever. I'm gonna have to. She's dope. Like, she's literally like my favorite person in this space.
Who, Natasha?
I love Natasha.
I love Natasha. She's such a sweetheart.
Yeah, that would be a dope collab because reasons. Because both of y'all got like the same type of energy, and yeah, I think that'd be a dope collab for you.
All right, cool. Cool. So, like, whenever she wants to, go live and talk about discussion, because she knows, like, I be seeing her chatting and she be knowing a lot of stuff, and I be enjoying her intellect in the chat. So yeah, definitely.
She helped me all the time. All the goddamn time. She be finding words I don't even be thinking about. Like, oh yeah, that's a good word. Yeah, that's I don't know if she's still listening because she be going to sleep around this time.
Yeah, she be in and out. All right. So any final thoughts, guys? I'm gonna go ahead and kick it a little bit. Probably watch a movie or something.
You too. Chill out. Appreciate you. Good live. Can't wait to see the next one.
All right, thank you. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. I really do.
Definitely. Peace.
All right. You can't say I didn't cyberstalk you now. All right.
Yes. But I'm tired of you cheating on me, Jack. All right, I don't.
I'm just saying, there's so many people that need to be cyberstalked.
I don't appreciate it, Jack. I'm sorry. Okay, you already designated yourself my #1 stalker, so you're gonna have to live up to that. That is your responsibility, sir.
I will do my best, but if I fail, don't leave me, girl.
All right, take care.
I'm gonna go chill. Later.
Good seeing you. All right, everyone. Thank y'all.
Oh shit, my bad.
Oh, go ahead.
I forgot to say peace out to world class. Goddamn, like I forgot, my bad. Yeah, peace out, world class.
Later. All right, everyone. Thank y'all so much for rocking out with me. I didn't know I even went this long. It's almost. Oh, who's this? Oh, Jack, what you coming back for? What happened? Oh, he's gone. But I want to say thank y'all so much for rocking out with me. I hope y'all definitely enjoy the content from earlier. So please go do your own research in regards of ADHD and the symptoms and the signs that's showing up in women. Go check out to find out, more more information about the misdiagnosis or not being or underdiagnosis for our little girls, also our children. Go do research in reference of what's going on within those medications. Find out what is the compounds of how they're making these medications, the side effects. Do your due diligence. But I just wanted to bring a different level of awareness to many discussions that we are having in reference to our community, in reference of things that we are seeing. I just want to shine a light to this, and I think that these things are very important. But I really, really, really do appreciate anybody who was able to hang out with me. I appreciate World Class. I appreciate Jack, my #1 stalker. I appreciate Hassan for always coming up here. I appreciate y'all gentlemen and y'all perspective. And Brownsville, shout out to Brownsville. Thank you for showing love and support. And we're gonna keep on rocking. I'm gonna come out with new topics and concepts, and I'll probably have these open panels again. But as always, guys, we out.